and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Here we go. Come on. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on. Here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Final moments to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Popping their head up. Whoa, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Something! Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run. Here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League play. Today's going to be a huge day to see which squads are going to make it into that final super weekend. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Hot Jukes. Welcome again back to the PMPL here. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Easter Sunday with your families. I can't do this, of course, without my wonderful analysts here on the desk. The dedication. Got to get the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Come on in, guys. Hey, how are y'all feeling starting off here for day number 2? Why don't I start with you, 7?
I'm doing great, man. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening for day number 2. Yesterday, we had a lot of teams pop up. How's your Easter Sunday going, Glitter?
It is going fantastically. I got to do some family time in the first half. Now it's PUBG Mobile time in the second half. And I think day 2 is actually, it's going to be a game changer today.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. It's huge. It is huge. So many squads got to get it done, but if you guys haven't already, I don't know what you're doing. You're obviously throwing. Make sure you go and follow the socials, guys. You know, make sure you follow the PUBG Mobile Esports Twitter. Join the Discord and keep up to date with everything that's going on here in the PMPL. And of course, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL, so we can keep up with you. Man, today, like you said, Glitter, it's going to be a huge day, right? So many squads at the bottom. It's pretty much do or die at this point because a lot of teams we haven't really talked about. That last day, a lot of shenanigans happened, right, 7?
A lot of stuff. And when I was saying a lot of stuff, we're going to have a lot of surprises when we actually take a look at the overall. Because a lot of unexpected teams decided to just finally wake up and give us that kind of surprise that we've been expecting. Whether it was desperation, whether it's the pressure on them, they started performing. Yes, Boring Protocol, after having an awful super weekend, they come out on top here after day 1 of this league play. 83 points for them. But I want you guys to focus on the teams like Polar Ace. They're having an amazing performance here so far. 19 Esports, once again, a team that was up and downs. Right now, they're currently on quite a high. And then if we go down, these teams, B-Town Esports, Execute, the Hitless, those teams are the kind of teams that need to make it to that final super weekend, especially the Hitless, hoping that they can somehow make it to that first super weekend, even though it's going to be the last one. We do have the Knights there, the Panthers, and right here is when some of the other scary stuff starts to show up, Glitter. I'm looking at K19 and HTV Esports.
Yeah, and you can notice that there's a big fall off in points as well, right? Big point gap for a lot of these teams to make up here. K19 and HTV are going to have a tough hill to climb ahead of them as they try to keep themselves in the running. Right now, they're just barely holding on, but there's still 4 teams below this that could potentially take away that top 16 status from them. Obviously, WallStreetBets right on the cusp. Mezexis and Lazarus, squads that have performed fantastically with the exception of yesterday, could easily jump themselves into higher position. You see Dope right outside of that top 16 cutoff point, and they are another team that needs to be in the Super Weekend yet again. So I mean, the fact that we even have the names that we have at the bottom of this after the performances we've seen in previous weeks is just, it's a good illustration of how crazy yesterday was, Jukes.
Yeah, it's insane. And you know what? That's what's kind of typical of, when you have a 3-day league play here, you're going to have some confident squads to say, hey, you know what? Why don't we try some new stuff in this next Super Weekend? And guess what? Look at this. This is what it matters, right? This is the race to the Super Weekend. Here's that amazing graphic to see how many points that we predict that they're going to need to get in there. Ain't that right, Glitter?
Yeah, and you know, it's typically we save this for the last day, but this final week is so crucial. We had to start talking about it now because we're averaging about 45 points is going to be the threshold the teams need to hit in order to qualify through to Super Weekend. And you can see that HTV is 27 points away. And then Dope, down when you're looking at this, honestly, WallStreetBets, Mezexis, and Lazarus, if they don't make it, I don't really think it matters to them at this point. I think that they're pretty much in a solid position in the overall Super Weekend standings. So you want to keep them down here, honestly, if they can, because HTV and Dope desperately need to make it in. If they can continue knocking out teams that have already solidified themselves in the Super Weekend in the same way that you saw all the squads in the first page, like B-Town, Hitless, how they have done Execute, then we'll have all of those squads in the final Super Weekend, which would just make it even crazier. I mean, there's no way that's gonna happen, I don't think, but we're gonna be paying attention to a lot of different numbers today and tomorrow.
Whew, that's the only thing we're gonna be looking at is that bottom of the leaderboards, right? Of course, I think we gotta talk about two squads that didn't make it, right? You know, in the past Super Weekend. You got Execute, B-Town, right? These two teams need to make it into this last one, and they did really well. I think surprisingly well for all of us. Ain't that right, Seven?
That's absolutely right. I mean, we got to start off with Execute. They ended up the day yesterday with the chicken dinner. If we go to the damage, you're going to be able to see it right there because they ended up with 2,200 damage.
Wow. What
I'm starting to see out of B-Town, though, kind of worries me a little bit with that up and down. Remember, this was a team that after week one, they started on a huge downtrend and to the point that they weren't able to qualify to that second Super Weekend. And I'm just hoping here on day two, at the beginning, they're able to snap out of that as we will be starting to see some more of the elims and the total placement points that they've been able to acquire throughout this the last 5 matches. You can see Execute once again with that chicken dinner, the aggressiveness that they were able to pull up looking good. I'm a little bit worried, as I said earlier, with B-Town, but luckily for them, on those 3 previous matches, they did end up with 8 elims, 7 elims, 6 elims. Those are great numbers to at least help them cushion themselves, and that's why they're currently in 4th place. And when we talk about those total points, the placement points, it's a completely different story. It's still a big up and down in regards to B-Town and Execute. It just comes down, can they continue on this performance? Can they continue on this type of consistency, Glitter?
Yeah, and what's actually crazy to me is looking at these, I feel like we're getting a little bit of that roller coaster out of both of these squads, as we can see now the total points. I mean, they both had or at least it's almost like the opposite, right? Like when Execute was having their dip, B-Town was having a more successful time, and then B-Town starts to kind of fall off and Execute starts to pick it back up. It's almost like they were mirroring each other's performances there, and in the end they end up right next to each other on the overall leaderboard. So it evened out for the day, but that volatility can't be sustained forever. So I think both of them need to work on kind of figuring out and leveling out that consistency just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, right? These fellas did their homework because they came in hot there on day number 1. But did they do it enough for day number 2 and 3? And that's the question, because today is going to be a huge day. You're going to know those top teams are going to pop off. Another couple squads, of course, that we got to keep an eye on, without a doubt. K19, right? K19 is one of them because of the fact that they missed that last Super Weekend. Actually, they've missed every Super Weekend. That's right. These guys, not only do they have to make it, but they got to take out some of these squads as well. Ain't that right, Seven?
They definitely do. I mean, the good thing that's currently going for this squad is the fragging power has stepped it up in a big way. You can see it right there this week so far. The damage is up, the eliminations are up, the average placement is up too, but they are currently in 14th place. And when we put that into perspective, 20th place is 12 points away, which they can definitely jump them in one match with what we've seen in the past from K19. But I want to go back to the fragging and what I was talking about. Russell, so far, yesterday, he was able to put 5 elims. Last league play, he was, after 3 days, he was only able to put up 6. And then you also have Juancho, 5 elims so far this league play. And when we look back at what he was able to do during league play week 2, he was only able to put up 3. So you can see some of the players are finally starting to improve that fragging power. And they need it because of what you said. They need to put themselves in a position today where tomorrow they can maybe hunt down some of those squads that are going to be hunting down in the Super Weekend. Because right now, with 0 Super Weekends, you're going to end up with 0 points. You need to get to those teams. You need to stop them from going and increase your chances that kind of way to hopefully make it to the finals. It's possible. It's not impossible. It's possible.
Yeah, to be fair, it's what they should have done yesterday. I mean, because they're going to have to get it done even slightly today, to be honest, because they cannot afford any team that made it in only 1 Super Weekend to make it into this last one. If they all do, they're going to be in big, big trouble. Okay, well, let's talk about the teams that didn't perform. Let's talk about the squads that did, right? Let's take a look at the map performance so we can see which teams have been the best. And this is for the entirety of the league stage. And hey, Glitter, Boring Protocol. It's about time, huh?
Yeah, honestly, I was not prepared for this because maybe it was just the most recent Super Weekend in my mind that was kind of erasing the rest of the season so far. But you've got Boring Protocol as the top performer on both Sanhok and Erangel for all of league play so far. I mean, obviously, Knights have to make an appearance here. I'm surprised that it's on Miramar, but this was not what I was anticipating at all. We've got phenomenal stats coming out of Knights as far as the damage and average elims goes for Miramar. But to be fair, I mean, you're still putting up really solid numbers from Boring Protocol. You've got the highest average placement on Sanhok in Boring Protocol. I mean, this is impressive considering for days, the entire Super Week, the entire past Super Week, and we were all kind of really disappointed with the performance that we saw out of Boring Protocol. Now, to be fair, yesterday was a massive comeback for them. It feels like they have found their groove again as a squad. But if this is indicative of what's going to happen now for the next 2 days, it almost feels like somebody needs to hunt them down on one of those maps and take them out if these teams at the bottom want to stand a chance of getting some points.
Ooh.
That's easier said than done at the same time because there's still one more day and you don't want to make them too bad, right? We'll see, of course, what ends up happening here. But you know what? It's about that time. It's about that time. We show all of you what are our squads to watch, right? The teams that we're going to be keeping a look at and the teams that we have picked. Put it in the chat right now. Who do you think that each one of us picked? Pick it now because it's about to go up. And I'm going to tell you guys who I picked. It's K19, baby. K19. It's about time. We have to see them pop off. We really do. I mean, I've played with Russell on stream so many times before. The dude has talent without a doubt. The roster all have experience, but they just haven't been able to get it done. It's do or die. They have to get it done here today or it's all over for them. What about you, Seven?
It definitely is. And along the likes with Execute, I mean, they had an amazing day 1 yesterday to start their week, the league play. Now, for today, what I'm going to be looking at in hopes of what we're talking about, what K19 hopefully is able to do tomorrow, I actually want to Execute to start doing that today. I want them to start hunting down some teams, maybe get some solid placement points, get some solid elim points here in the first 2 matches, and in the last 3 matches, start hunting people down. Please.
Yes.
Please, because you know who they're going to be hunting down too, Glitter? Is that team that you picked, Dope Esports. They might be on the list.
Which is why I picked them, because Dope did not do well yesterday. Just period. There was no good performance yesterday, especially coming off that Super Weekend. I think we thought they might be able to continue that momentum, and they couldn't. And this day is going to go by fast, and then once this is done, you don't want to have to put all the pressure on your shoulders for the final day. So Dope needs to pick it up today. This is their opportunity to get some solid points on the board, and they do not want to continue doing poorly because, like you just said, Seven, that will just put an even bigger target on their back.
Yeah. Can't count on tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be even crazier, right? Squads that know that they're going to make it, they're going to go and do whatever the heck they want, and you do not want to be on the bottom of the leaderboards tomorrow. That's a fact. Let's take a look at the schedule that we got coming up here for today, so you can see all the maps that we're going to be playing, and it's double Sanhok Day. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Papa Blue's coming hot, Glitter.
We love double Sanhok Day. This is all of our favorite day at this point. Anytime you get 2 Sanhoks, you know it's going to be a good time. And because of the way that it's all spread out, it'll give us a little bit to talk about, because obviously Group E not playing in the first match of the day, and we have talked about it so many times. There are specific teams that drop on each other on specific maps, and if they're sitting out, it opens up a POI and could change rotations. And so This is going to be really fun, Seven.
It really is, and I think one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at, especially on the first Sanhok that we're going to be playing, is going to be the Hitless. This team was able to put up a great performance yesterday on the only Sanhok that we played. They ended up with a 7th place finish and 4 elims, and trust me, that is really good for that team. As you see, Group E is going to be seeding out, so for K19, 19 Esports, all those teams, Vamp, that's currently in 18th place for this league play, they're going to have to wait it out a little bit. They're not going to be able to take advantage of that first Sanhok madness. But if I'm looking at HTV Esports, if I'm looking at Dope Esports, this is the time. You know what can happen with Sanhok. It happened even yesterday too. If you want to go with the heal-off strat, you know what? I'm usually against it. But 12 points is 12 points, ladies and gentlemen. So you might want to go for it.
I was like, how could you hate on that highlight reel that we had, you know? Boom! Sped up. That's got to be some of the best PUBG Mobile I've ever seen played right there. Yeah, you're crazy. You know, it's so crazy that 3 of the teams that are on the bottom, right, are sitting out here the first game. So that's one less Sanhok they have to deal with. So there really should be no excuse for these squads to be able to get it done today. But you know those squads like WallStreetBets. I mean, we've been talking off stage, right, Seven? And you know, we know those squads are going to perform today, right?
I'm not gonna put that out there, okay? I feel like WallStreetBets right now is actually trying out different staff. As I mentioned yesterday, they have a bit of a cushion with the super weekend overall, so they might still try out stuff. I mean, I think it's between 8th place and 20th place, the gap is only like 21 points, which a lot of these teams can get in just one game. A team that I also want to be looking at that we didn't get a chance to talk about there at the beginning is going to be the Chosen. Yesterday, they did end up in 13th place, not one of the best performances, and the reason why we say that is because the Chosen, yes, they do have a pretty good standing on the overall for Super Weekends, but if some of these teams make it that made it on this past Super Weekend and the first Super Weekend, it's going to put a lot of pressure on that team, and we have seen it before. It can happen. You can get knocked out even though you're sitting high at the top.
That's not where you want to be. Not where you want to be. Well, I think that's a great point, right? The Chosen, I really like to see Silk. Man, I've been watching him play a lot and making some plays. That guy could definitely get it done. I think I'm going to be looking an eye on him to see him really lead that squad and get it going. At the same time, yesterday was crazy, right? Boring protocol with the huge chicken dinners that they got. The crazy thing, Sam finally showing up. Isn't that, it's about time we've seen Sam up actually just seeing his picture in general. Ain't that right, Seven?
It is, and in production, if you're hearing me, see if you can put up the player stats for
I was just going to ask the same thing.
Right?
Because it's a completely different story with this team. The reason you mentioned it, for the longest time, it wasn't boring protocol. It was spec protocol. That's what it was. And now, yesterday, you had Sam being able to step up in a big way, get 10 elims, 2100 damage. But the way we mentioned it yesterday too, Glitter, those spec stats, those were mostly for just 2 batches. So if he's able to start off hot like that again today, and maybe if Boring Protocol can take off some of the big teams right off the bat, it is going to help those teams towards the bottom that needs those points. Those bottom 6 teams. It's going to be an interesting first Sanhok.
Oh, let's go. Well, guess what? The plane's ready. Let's start off this Easter Sunday off right with the beautiful Sanhok. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. We will catch you guys just a little bit later. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters for this first one, folks. Get some hype in the chat. Give a round of applause for Span Cargo and Necro. Guys, have some fun in the jungle.
Thank you so much, Hot Juice. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. First of all, because you guys were just talking about that, it is boring protocol all over this. We looked at the maps that every team does well on, and boring protocol was majorly Sanhok. But also, me personally, you guys saw my pick, and it was the Hitless. Seven already talked about it a little bit, and I really want to see how they're going ahead and perform. How about you, Necro?
I mean, yeah, the Hitless so far currently in the overall rankings, they're doing pretty okay, right? After the day one, they have a little bit of cushion to play with, but again, it's not a cushion they can try and rely on. They will need to keep the consistency flowing, because if you take a look at the latter half of the board, there's still teams like WallStreetBets, Vamp, Mezexis, and Lazarus sitting out, and we know at this point in time in this league play, they're just trying to test some stuff out, right? They're not really showing their A game. They're not really going for the prime placement. It's more kind of like they're just trying to test some stuff out, and we know they're already doing pretty okay in the overall rankings as well. The team that I'm really going to be worried for here has to be HTV, though. I mean, currently they're sitting on 15th spot, and HTV isn't really one of those teams that has stood out in the entire competition. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are making it in the Super Weekends too, but still HTV, in some aspects of the game, they're lacking quite a bit.
I mean, they've only been in Super Weekend 2, so honestly, they need to be making it into this next one. I feel like all teams need to at least make it into 2 Super Weekends if they're hoping to go ahead and achieve. So, of course, K19, the hit list, they've been in 0 Super Weekends. So right now, the hit list, being in 6th place right now, might just punch their ticket to their first Super Weekend. However, you did already mention they are in 6th, but not too far away from that 17th place. They're actually 22 points away from being bumped down into 17th. So they still have to be careful because there's still 5 games today where that could happen. But looking at our first Sanhok game here, we can actually see that the circle decided to pull on over towards that eastern side. Huge hit actually coming through from the side of the hit list, excuse me, right above around that quarry area, which is quite interesting to see. Hopefully they'll be able to condense shortly, but otherwise doesn't really look like too many people jumping on top of each other, except of course the fight in Sami. Here we go, right on time. Going to watch Nova versus 4Bros.
I mean, we also saw Lazarus and Execute just dropping on top of each other. And also, do you see one of the players from Execute get taken out? Oh, no. Okay, some early fights, some early collisions, and I personally love it. Huge fan of those. 4Bros now going to be on the receiving end as Russ has already taken down half HP. If I'm not wrong, they already do have a casualty on their side, too. So that's something 4Bro cannot really afford. Or no, scratch that. They don't really have any casualties. It's the Execute who've currently got a casualty onto themselves. So the Execute, again, is one of those teams, right, that didn't really make it in the Super Weekend 2. So they're also going to be under a lot of pressure in the Week 3 to try and make it in. Nova here, though, they're just trying to pressure the players of 4Bros. They're trying to apply it as much as possible. 3 players of 4Bros just trapped in one house. That means they're not going to be able to accumulate a lot of loot.
No, they're all kind of together. I loved we actually got to see them kind of tossing bandages to each other out in the open for a little bit there, just to make sure that they weren't going to be out in the open for Nova to kind of get a spot on them. Does look like QZ will kind of see them through that window. Ooh, nice shots getting a knock on the Master OP. All of Nova instantly starting the push. You can see Leon for 4Bros up on top of the hill above his team, though. I wonder if he will be able to provide some sort of cover, though it does actually look like it's a little bit too late. All of Nova finally on top of this building here, but Leon actually does get a knock on a QZ. He's able to help out just a little bit. The nade coming through, doing a lot of damage to the rest of 4Bros upstairs, however. The rest of Nova looking a little bit confused as 4Bros, they're starting to jump out and take these fights. They're super low HP, but it looks like they're deciding to be aggressive. Ren with another knock. Looks like Kindness actually getting out 2 people here. The flush coming through. It's not looking too good for 4Bros, and at least they're getting some trades, but honestly, Leon and Russ are the last 2 left.
Yeah, and one of the players also does have the high ground to play with, so Nova, you better not step out of this compound. If you do, you're going to be easily taken out. It's going to be floor on the lava too, so Nova, again now, they're kind of trapped here. The last man of 4Bros is also going to walk in, but unfortunately, Leon's kind of quite exposed. He catches a lot of bullets on himself. Hopefully he has enough meds to met himself back up. Kindness barely surviving on a sliver of health, but he still clutches that out. And how is Kindness still alive? 4Bros, they're going to take an early exit from this lobby. Oh, no. Nova just doing some light work on the players of 4Bros, and maybe 4Bros, this is your chance to try and find a new place.
Definitely over the course of the times that we've seen 4Bros and Nova take that fight down there, Nova definitely has succeeded more times out of all the altercations that they've been in. So it looks like once again another one going towards the side of Nova. They're going to be quite happy, you know, gaining those 4 points right off the bat. Unfortunately, they did lose QZ though, so we'll see how they're going to be able to perform the rest of this match, you know, being separated from the rest of the team. Well, also, it looks like the fight far up to the northern side between Execute and Lazarus ended up kind of dying down as well. We didn't really get to see any more inside of that kill feed in terms of any of them going out, and they're still alive. They're still getting a little bit separated, kind of moving into the circle now at this point, because everybody needs to start making their way over to the eastern side. And Boring Protocol, the team that honestly might have the highest chance of winning this match, looks like they're deciding to start leaving boot camp, kind of in a 2-2 split. Has to be a little bit careful, but XSET just down to their southern side.
And now, one point I really wanted to focus about, that Seven was talking on the analyst desk, of course. The teams that are currently in the top that are just sitting in the latter half of the board. For example, teams like Vamp, WallStreetBets, Even Mezexis, Lazarus too is one of those that is kind of like in the mediocre pack. And they have that cushion to play with. Even if they kind of like do not really make it in this Super Weekend, we pretty much know at this point, okay, they're going to be making it no matter what. So at this point in time, in the third Super Weekend, these teams are just trying to test some stuff out, right? Just trying to make some new strats at the last second and just trying to test some strats that they probably made it in the okay, I'm going to hold on to my words for now because it's the players of Polar Ace who are just aiming on the players of Knights, and 2 knockouts easily found. Great way to open things up, and now also the floodgates are going to be open where Polar Ace, and now they're going to try to flood on in. Chico too was quite hurt. Coops as well is going to patch himself up. But Knights, it's a 2-on-4 fight, and things are not really looking in their favor.
Polar Ace definitely caught them off guard out in the open. It does look like they will be able to get one trade there. Trey unfortunately spotted out laying prone out in the open. The rest of his teammates a little bit too far away to be able to do anything. Chronix as well being spotted out up on top of the big hill here is going to be kind of shot away. Knights honestly might be able to kind of bring this back, get those 2 reses, but it is going to be really dangerous. You can see the rest of Polar Ace, Blinky, trying to get a little bit closer because honestly they got 2 knocks. They need to continue to push aggressively onto this. Maybe not move, but definitely stay there and make sure that none of those reses are going to be able to go through. We'll have to wait and see. They have a little bit of cover inside of the force that they do have. You can see him against a rock. Coops providing that cover as it happens, but Kiyoshi making that big rotation over on this western side. He might be able to make something happen here. Unfortunately, I don't think he can just see them behind that rock, so I think Knights might actually be able to recover off of this.
They might be able to. And look at Coops. Oh, that's a great spray. Takes down the player in the front quite low. Chronix now will need to try and take things a bit more cautious. Hopefully he has enough cover out in the open because he was just completely open. Did have a little bit of trees though to try and play around with, so that's going to be his saving grace for now. Look at Knights. Even though they're taking so much damage, now they're trying to flip the table against the players in the front. 2 of the players got taken out. The floodgates were open from this side of Polar Ace, but now the tables have been turned against him as Trey's got taken out from the entire lobby. But yeah, getting back to the conversation that I was having, right? So these teams, they probably play a ton of scrims. They test out some new strategies over there, and now it's their time to actually test it out in a real game of a competitive lobby, right? And this is what these teams are probably doing. At this point, they're just sitting back, chilling out. They know even if they're not really able to do good first 2 games or in the first 2 days, in the 3rd day they're probably going to do pretty well.
Sorry, I just got so distracted. I just watched a Lazarus member just punch out an Execute member in that replay there. I guess that kind of explains what happened over there. Looks like Execute might just be down to 1 person, by the way. But yeah, really good points being brought up. Them going on ahead and practicing. I don't know, though, in terms of league play, maybe definitely if you get into the Super Weekend, maybe start kind of doing stuff there, because even though they are higher up on the leaderboard, I don't know. I feel like, just me personally, I'd be like, have to get in the last Super Weekend, have to get at least a couple more points or be able to control it, because I don't want to not make it, and then somehow the teams below me just become absolutely cracked, and somehow I don't qualify.
No, there's no way.
Somehow with math. Yeah. I know, but... You know, just to see if they want to go on ahead and even go on and play the next games, definitely has some sort of practice too.
Yeah, I mean, it's like at this point, the top tier teams, right? These are just the training grounds for them. It's like the league plays are usually just their training grounds for them. And then usually if they do realize, all right, things are getting a little too out of hand, then they start taking things a bit serious. And we know, well, Lazarus, what teams like Vamp as well are capable of. WallStreetBets too is one of those teams that popped off in the week too. So we know what they're capable of. And we know they're not going to be struggling into making it to top 16 in league play. So it's like we can have our full faith and trust onto them. But now the struggle really comes down to the players of maybe potentially HTV, the Chosen 2, currently sitting on 13th spot, not really able to kick things off well on the day 1, and that's going to hurt them quite a bit.
Yeah, so we're going to have to wait and see if they're going to be able to do just a little bit better. Because, you know, there's so many people actually that need to go on ahead and climb. Like, I mean, Dope, HTV, Execute, B-Town. Those 4 teams are really the teams I'm keeping a close eye on because they've only been in 1 Super Weekend each. Of course, K19, the hit lists are just on all of our radars. Haven't been in any Super Weekend so far. Honestly, if K19 and the hit list make it into this next Super Weekend, I feel like they could just be a huge catalyst of chaos is what I'm just going to call it for right now. Because I don't know if they'd be able to make it further in, but they, as a team, could kind of pick and choose people kind of around that line who's going to make it through. You know what I mean? So we'd have to wait and see if those shenanigans happen. But if K19, the hit list, which as of right now is 6th place, it's looking possible that they're going to be able to make it in there and do whatever they want. Oh, no, it looks like PUBG, unfortunately for XSET, found himself knocked kind of in a bad position against a team that you definitely don't want to be faced with on Sanhok. It's going to be boring protocol.
Yeah.
And if they're not careful, looks like the hit list right beside them could potentially get involved too.
Oh, and boring protocol, look at them. All 4 players are just spread out pretty well. Currently, boring protocol, they're in form too, so you might as well not want to mess with them. But Carnage, unfortunately, is going to be the first casualty on the side of boring protocol. That's something that they did not really expect coming through their way. XSET is one of those teams, right, Span? I mean, we're almost coming to an end. It's the 3rd week too. Do you expect XSET to be pretty much on the top lines there? Just doing really good, you know, in the top 3. Do you think XSET are going to be able to make it?
Do you mean for overall,
Like the league stage. Yeah, like the league stage.
Well, league stage, as of right now, they're kind of in that 12th place. Only got a 2nd place yesterday, and that was their highest placement points. I mean, I say they just need to go on ahead and make it into this next Super Weekend. It doesn't really matter if they're 1st through 16th, but coming into this next Super Weekend, the thing I'm most interested in is to see if they kind of grab their position back, because they kind of fell this last Super Weekend all the way down to 9th place. Not the worst, but obviously can improve. They were higher up at the beginning of this entire tournament towards that 3rd place.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to see them go and grab it back, honestly.
I mean, again, look, we talked about boring protocol really being in form, but hey, you know, there's some wise words said by someone, you know. Form is temporary, class is permanent. Hopefully, boring protocols, they're able to play just as well throughout the entire competition, and even in the grand finals, they're able to showcase themselves this well. Because again, we don't want to see this form just get wear out later on in the later stage of the game, where they just start burning through a lot of fuel early off, and then later on, they're just left with nothing in the tank.
Oh man, taking a look at this circle, it's about to pop. There's already a fight between the Panthers and Knights, and this next one that's going to pop, obviously going to push even more people together. Still that, like, there's like a triangle going on with boring protocol, XSET, and the hit list over there towards the western side. I wouldn't want to be going into that side of the circle whatsoever, but that's the exact trajectory that looks like Team Chosen, at least maybe Nova is going towards. And yeah, it's going to center around a compound that's not actually taken whatsoever. Same with Bond, so people are going to have to start making these rotations. Whoever grabs that center compound might be happy, though it is kind of more in a more lower down in a bowl, so it's kind of like a bunch of hills around them. If people go in it, it's definitely not going to be possible to get out of it.
Look at this circle. It looks like a pizza slices, you know? Like the road is kind of like dividing the circle. Yeah.
It's my kind of pizza. I just take a whole third.
Yeah, me too. I mean, come on. I mean, I'm big myself, so yeah, I just love it. You know what? Well, but yeah, it's kind of like those nice, equally divided. Now, again, it's going to come down to in which part of the road or which part of the side the circle is going to be taking a shift. Nice spray with the M14, or MK14, my bad, with a 3x2. Able to shut down one of the players. And then the Panthers, too, they take a casualty on their side. This time it seems like Nicole isn't really playing with the Panthers, so now they're handicapped. They started off handicapped in this game with only 3 players to play with. Ayuya will be taken out. It's actually Frady who's not playing currently. So Frady, too, is one of those star players for the Panthers, and you're clearly seeing the downside of that. And volley shot from Coops. Even though he's out in the open, he doesn't have any cover to play with. This is what confidence gives you.
I'm surprised that they kind of took those shots onto the Knights before they were in the safety of any kind of a compound, but I guess they realized that there was an enemy team already ahead of them grabbing it, so they just went for the knock. It's unfortunate they were taken out, though, because they were kind of in control of where the Knights were going to be rotating from there, because they're on the very southern side of the circle, so that would have been really interesting to see the altercation if they held like the forest just a little bit further to the north, but it doesn't matter. Knights took them out. Knights now kind of more in control of that southern side, and it'll be interesting to see where else they're going to be making this next rotation into, because still that same kind of triangle over towards that western side with Bop, XSET, and Hitlist still there, still happening. Polar Ace, though, kind of being that team that's holding out other people on the complete other side of the zone. And, of course, the team that we were just looking at there as well, Lazarus, WallStreetBets going to be taking a fight. Oh, and there we go. Polar Ace, they're kind of holding out both B-Town and HTV. Does look like B-Town's going to be able to get a knock on to Kiyoshi. So let's see if Polar Ace are going to be able to kind of get that res and condense to hold them off as they're getting closer and closer, ready to get this fight.
Look at B-Town, too, kind of like it right next to him. One of the players is going to be really closing in. Hopefully he's not going to be stepping into their comfort zone. Talk about stepping into comfort zone. Polar Ace, they're going to deny that before even B-Town, they get their eyes locked onto them. A great knockout from the side of Chronix, and a great off angle to play off as well. And this is something that really pays off in a split. If the person is able to keep his position anonymous, then he can really make some plays happen. Unless Midnight is the player going in front of you, then, well, maybe things might just be thrown out the dust or out the gate. Well, as Midnight's going to find a nice return knock, and Jimmy should be able to get back up on his feet. And look at the circle shift. It's going to be top right. Now, that means HQA, they're going to find themselves in a great spot. Dope, too, they're going to be able to just make it in without any trouble. Man, we talked about Dope being on the struggling phase, and it seems like this time this game really wants Dope to win it.
They are going to have to be careful, though. It looks like B-Town, they're in form right now. They're top-notch. They're ready. I mean, they didn't make it into that last Super Weekend, and they don't want it to happen again. Already in 4th overall for this league play, are just demolished Polar Ace from so far away. They're going to have to be making this rotation up to the north with HTV in between them and, of course, Dope, but let's see if they win this fight. Dope could be in for a little bit of trouble. We'll have to wait and see, though. As the shots start being traded, it looks like Jimmy is unfortunately going to fall. Maybe HTV up on top of this hill does, in fact, have a little bit of a stronger position, kind of the ones in control of this next rotation for B-Town. Oh, no! And I totally didn't notice the Knights are making a rotation from the southern side. One of them getting a knock onto another member of B-Town. This is not good, getting sandwiched in between two whole teams. They can't find anywhere to hide, basically.
Yeah, that's kind of a really awkward engagement, too. If you take a look at that. And then look at Brar. He's going to be able to find a nice, great knockout in the front. Coops, too, is going to try to pepper some bullets in the front. But again, nothing to be found from this man as well.
Sad.
As B-Town, now they're going to get eliminated. Yep, that's indeed really sad. And now Knights, they're going to try to scout the area out in the front. As the entire squad of Knights is actually alive. They're looking so great, but there is another team in the front lines. It's going to be Polar Ace. They were facing off against Polar Ace in the past, but now we might just see this fight again.
I mean, there's only 2 of them left now after B-Town was able to kind of go on ahead and do just a little bit more damage to them. So should potentially be a little easy, especially with Blinky making a lot of noise to making some shots down towards an entirely different team. There you go. It looks like the Knights are getting involved on the fight against XSET as well. Jayway, I think, might be the last person alive, completely just the opposite side of the map from the rest of his team. Knights slow claiming up Polar Ace pretty easily. Now I kind of take it back. Maybe it's not going to be, you know, of course, obviously not the team that was just taken out that's going to mess with Dope, but maybe the Knights coming down from the southern side, already like more than 7 eliminations for the side of them. I feel like they have the opportunity to pretty much dominate down here. Now, though, they're making a rotation into a huge bull. Everybody up on top of the hill above them on the northern side, it might be hard to take a fight with them unless they're able to make that rotation.
Oh, man. A lot of shots and a lot of damage being inflicted, even on the players of Boring Protocol. Looking like in the future lines, though, for them, because currently the struggle is being seen, at least in this game.
Oh, and there we go. Polar Ace will be eliminated, in fact. Knights, they're just in such a hard position now at this point. That's kind of what I'm worried about. They have to run down into a huge bowl and then potentially all the way back up. Nova is going to be holding them out. Lazarus does have the compound at the very top of the hill. They could potentially go ahead and be taking a look down there and kind of mess them too. Mostly Nova. Nova, HTV could really hold out Knights in this position. Otherwise, Lazarus, Nova, they have to be worried about everybody else kind of coming in from this zone. Doesn't look like anybody is too keen on moving just yet. Probably going to be going on in with the blue zone on their heels. WallStreetBets being really careful, taking a look down to their southern side, trying to take this fight against Boring Protocol. And of course, HQA, though, they're not wanting to slow down whatsoever. They want this position that Lazarus currently has, so they're just going to full out crash on it. Super aggressive aggressive. It looks like they're able to get a lot of knocks though. HQA keeping a lot of them up. It's only 2 people left for Lazarus here. Issa, Jet, and Joey. Let's see if they're going to be able to kind of protect this position from HQA. A lot of knocks going through onto them at this point. I think Lazarus able to kind of bring this up. Other people getting involved too. I think the last member of HQA all the way on the northern side, I don't know if he can kind of get in here and help out the rest of his team. King Pig trying to get these rests as fast as possible, but Lazarus, if they get these rests first, it's not going to look good for them. We'll see as the fight continues to happen. The big push coming through. It looks like Lazarus knows that this is their last fight. So many trades coming through. Fierce having to actually stop and heal as the last one alive. It's him versus 2, it looks like. Oh, not gonna Sunny Pig does come through, actually. And wait a second, what even just happened there? Lazarus goes out and HQA, everyone's just gone. Nobody's alive.
Yeah, well, every single player just got taken out in that fray right there. And the kill feed too is just so like delayed, right? Because the kills just came in at so quickly at the same time. Too many frags to just try and go with. HQA too got eliminated. It did seem like things were really looking in their favor, but then yeah, it was just Lazarus Kaseki just taking another player down, and I think so it was just equal trades on their side, and Dope just got the final man of HQA. That's what happened. And now Knights too, they're trying to move on in. They're going to find another man of HTV all the way in the outskirts of the zone. Was trying to tank the blue zone damage, but look at Menace. Oh, the trigger discipline coming through, finds a knockout on the Coops. Coops taken down easily, and now Knights, they're just left with 3 players alive.
Yeah, there's the Dope instantly laying prone once again. They don't want to be spotted out whatsoever. Continue to play at the top side of this hill, kind of at least towards the northern side of this circle. The rest of the Knights are now trying to kind of also crawl up the side of the mountain. There's only 4 teams left, though. This circle is pretty big for only 4 teams left, but I think that really goes down to the terrain and where people are kind of being forced to make their rotations. A solo for Boring Protocol that the zone actually kind of pulled towards in this situation. 2 up on top of the complete tippy top of this mountain was Nova, and then of course the 3 from Knights and the 2 from Dope. Knights technically have the advantage in terms of people, but they are arguably the furthest team away from the zone. They might have a chance of actually being sandwiched between Dope and Nova if both of those duos decide to be aggressive.
Still though, 4 teams alive and 8 players in total, 3 on the side of Knights, and then 2 on the side of Nova and 2 on the side of Dope, and then Bop as well. They're just left with 1 player alive. I want to see which player from the side of Boring Protocol is still up, though. If it's going to be a game-changer player, for example, Spec, he's been able to pull off some insane plays without a doubt. And even Samuel, too, has been stepping up to the mark recently. So we never know. These 2 players, if it's any one of those, then maybe we might just see some insane plays. And yes, it is Spec from the side of Bop. So we might just see Spec pull off some insane plays or instantly get taken out. We never know what's going to happen in the lobby currently. But Knights, they do get their eyes on the players of Nova. Ren is just trying to create a nice smoke pathway. But Knights at this point, they're on a mission to hold Nova off at bay.
Oh no, Rin being the only person up there kind of taking that fight. It looks like Kindness is going to be staying a little bit further behind. The Knight's going to be able to get that knock and flush instantly. So Kindness is now the last one alive for Nova. He's still staying inside of that blue zone though, probably going for a little bit of that heal strat. The zone pulling back down towards the southern side. The Knights actually in total control of this situation, except 2 of them do in fact get knocked. Dope, Spec making that push forward. And looks like they're each going to lose somebody. So there's actually only 3 solos left with the Knights eliminated. It's just Spec, Flash, and Kindness left. It looks like Spec actually goes out too. So who's gonna win this? It could be either Dope or Nova. We know that Dope absolutely needs this. Flash was just in a ton of fights, so it looks like his HP isn't that bad though compared to Kindness coming out of that blue zone. He is in charge of the peaks though. On top of that rock, the push comes through and Flash does not win that. Nova will be able to take that chicken dinner after being so careful inside their compound.
Oh man, Nova, a great game from their side, right? And we wanted Nova to step up too, because they were not doing that hot in the overall rankings, and they finally are able to do they were already able to do so great too, right? And now Nova too, stepping up to the mark. I mean, we know, right? Even if these teams are going to be on the latter half of the board, there shouldn't really be that big of a deal to them.
I'm actually really excited for Dope to go on ahead and grab that 2nd place with the amount of kills that they are able to kind of grab, because that's going to launch them out of that 17th place just a little bit, at least. Because, you know, being in that 17th place position, the points above them is not that far. Of course, Boring Protocol, Spec, he's going to be up there with the eliminations, highest damage. There's Flash, though. He was taken out that last moment there. He does have the most nade eliminations. That probably is what came through, what happened in the very end there. And then longest elimination and top traveler going to Joss and First Frost. A very explosive and interesting zone for a very first match here today.
I mean, indeed an explosive zone and a great matchup too. I mean, Nova, Vino, I said, even if Nova, they're currently not really doing that hot in the overall rankings, they don't really need to worry about that stuff. All they can try and do is just, you know, chill things out, just try and test the lobby out, because we know they're one of those teams that are never going to struggle to try and make it in the top 16, and just that one single chicken dinner, that's going to boost him up to pretty high. Spec 2, the final man alive from the side of Boring Protocol, who was surviving till pretty late in the game too. He got himself like 6 eliminations and then 11-14 damage. And if you take a look at Nova Esports team card here too, which got the entire chicken dinner, I mean, not really a lot of eliminations, but still a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, not that great of a conversion, but the 7 eliminations and the chicken dinner obviously going to be a good amount of points for them. Not that they necessarily need it. Okay, let me correct that. They do need to go ahead and make it into this last Super Weekend if they're, of course, hoping to get even further, because they are kind of towards that latter half. So they obviously need to make it in this next one, and being able to do well in this situation is going to get them there. Of course, we're going to find out more information from our analyst desk after this breaks. Don't go anywhere, and so we can hear more from them.
Tuning your settings is a vital aspect of your preparations. Let's start with the basics. Most fights in Battle Royales are played out at mid to long ranges. PUBG Mobile comes with 3 options to put your quickscoping skills to good use. Toggle between tap, hold, or mix and pick the right one that enhances both your accuracy and agility. While tap is pretty convenient for beginners, try switching to hold for increased mobility during close quarters fights. Below this, you will find the option for quickscope switch. Enable this to get rid of the hassle of opening your backpack every time to switch between scopes. Beside these, you will find a newly added option named camera rotation while ADS. This is meant specifically for claw grip players who don't want their crosshair getting displaced while tapping on the ADS button. Thumb players who drag the ADS button for controlling recoil might prefer to keep this one enabled. Peeking in the game is crucial to make proper use of cover and take down enemies without exposing your hitbox. After turning it on, adjust it to tap, hold, or mix, along with the option to directly open ADS while peeking. Now, coming to sensitivity, it's pretty easy to navigate when you know their functions. Under the sensitivity tab, you get 2 options: screen and gyroscope. Screen sensitivity is basically how fast you can move your camera by using your fingers, while gyroscope requires you to tilt your phone to counter movement in-game such that the screen stays centered. Both sections come with the same labels. Starting with camera sensitivity, the section begins with third person and third person no scope. These are the sensitivity for your crosshair. As you go down, there are dedicated options for each scope, starting from red dot and going all the way up to 8x. Below camera sensitivity, you get the same options in the ADS settings section. But this one is meant for the sensitivity adjustment when you start firing your gun. So, it mainly functions to control your recoil while you are spraying. There's also the choice to keep both camera and ADS sensitivity identical by choosing the close option in the separate settings section. Also, do remember to set the gyroscope settings as always on or scope on to adjust the gyro settings. Now that you know how each option functions, there's only hard work and practice that lies ahead. Cheers, and good luck for your next MVP performance.
What did we tell you guys, huh? Nothing to worry about when it comes to Nova. Day number 2, we're going to see those squads pop off, and that's exactly what they did. Huge chicken dinner for them, and of course, we got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. It's Nova. They're back. 7, Glitter. Come on, huh? Did you have any doubt in your heart, Glitter? Even a little bit?
No, maybe. I don't know. Honestly, this is fantastic.
Maybe?
Only because of what
Did
we
you
saw
just say
yesterday.
maybe?
Only because of what we saw yesterday. I thought those bottom teams were about to put on a show. And to be fair, Dope did put on a show, 7.
I'm genuinely shocked that you said maybe. I was expecting a 100%. Like, nah, I knew they were gonna come back. That maybe definitely shocked me. I mean, I'm actually impressed with your team, Dope Esports, the team that you pick, because they finally show what we were able to see during the Super Weekend, Glitter. 21 points, and look at the points for those first 4 teams.
This is actually, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before. This is incredible. I mean, like you said, 20 plus for the top 3, and then Boring Protocol right on the cusp of 20 at 19 points. That's just so strong, a top 4. And then to be fair, the fact that HQA, HTV, and Lazarus were all able to get 8, 7, and 7 points after all of them have been absorbed by those top 4 teams is also impressive. WallStreetBets rounding out that top 8. This is why we love a double Sanhok day, 7.
Yes.
Exactly. Madness, ladies and gentlemen. Just absolute madness. And then right here on this page, we have the Chosen 4 points. It's Chosen. I'm happy you are getting some points because you need them. Trust me, you need them. You do not want to put yourself in a pressure position towards the final day, okay? Don't do that, please.
Oh, wow.
Exit, once again, for some reason, 2 points. Execute, B-Town, all these teams that we were hyping up at the beginning decided to be like, you know what? Yeah, we're just not gonna show up on this first game. We're gonna let all this show go to Nova Esports, Nice, Boring Protocol, and throw some sprinkles of Dope Esports as well. Also, during that fight between Knights and Polar Ace, let me say this the nicest way possible that I can say it. You guys absolutely threw that fight because you knocked down 2 players from Knights, but you're not able to finish them, and instead you end up losing a player? How is that even possible? Overall, though, Sanhok lived up to the madness, Glitter.
I am so excited. I hope the rest of the day is like this because not only was it just the regular chaos that is Sanhok, but we saw some phenomenal performances. One, we got the consistency out of Boring Protocol that we were hoping for and looking for, and Spec once again stepped up to the plate for the squad all the way until those final moments. And then we get aggressive Knights play. We get a strong Nova showing on Sanhok, and I was even thinking, you know, this is one of those games where they're going to be dropping on 4 bros. We'll have to see how that plays out for them. Clearly worked out well this time around. So that was something that we are constantly talking about. And then Dope. We called them out. I called them out at the beginning because they did poorly yesterday, and today was the day where they needed to instantly start off strong, and they did that. I mean, we're going to talk about this final fight and everything that went down here in just a little bit, but this was a great performance, and I'm actually surprised the damage numbers are where they at, 7.
Me too. With the kind of points that we just saw, with the kind of amount of elims that we just saw too, I was expecting at least Knights to have 2,500 damage, and Boring Protocol and Nova to have at least 2K damage. I was just being hopeful here. Nonetheless, though, great numbers here at this teams, and Dope. Glitter, one of the a rarity here in PUBG Mobile Esports when you actually end up getting more elims than you do damage. That is impressive. That is just telling me that they are aware, they're being precise, and they're putting themselves in a position that they can actually third-party fights, if not, at least try to steal some of the elims from the other players. And as I mentioned, Polar Ace, you did some amazing damage there on Knights, but you got absolutely just turned on. I don't know what happened with you guys there, but if you guys go back and watch that tape, trust me, you will learn so much from that play. You guys were doubting it for a very long time if you guys wanted to take that fight. So yeah, just go back and watch it. And right here, Glitter, this was the fight we wanted to talk about.
Okay, listen, now it's hard to see. It's hard to see, but Rin and Kindness were in the building on the top left of your screen. Rin ran out towards the Knights knowing it was going to be a bait to give Kindness time to get out on the other end of the building, and it worked. Knights fought Rin and drew the attention their way, and you could see how split Dope was. That allowed Dope to get a lot of damage down onto Knights, and then Kindness still making his way into the safety of the final zone. Meanwhile, Spec and Flash are the two left alive. Spec had done some damage himself on the back of Dope while Dope was fighting Knights. But Flash is able to take Spec out and bring it down to this final 1v1. Now, honestly, Kindness is not somebody I want to go up against a 1v1 in. But this end zone was played so perfectly by Nova, considering they only had their 2 players at the end to do something with. I mean, once I figured out how it all played out, I was like, 200 IQ. Nova, good job.
Big me.
It's about time, Glitter. It's about time you shine that crystal ball of yours. You know, it's been a little blurry these past couple of weeks, but whew, was it on the money this time right here? Because you know what? You picked Dope, and of course we know that you got hashtag Nova Strongs tatted somewhere, right? So that's always inside of your heart, right? So let's talk about Nova, and let's take a look at their past 5 matches here, because this is a squad that we know can perform well, and look at these numbers, 7.
They definitely can, and I mean, something that they've been consistent with, even though we do see a 0 elimination there, is they are at least getting elims. This team before was one of those teams that would be even more up and down in regards to eliminations. We would see some 0s, 1s, and then all of a sudden like a 8. So this right here, I really like to see. What I would like to see more is the placement points, because the past 5 matches, they actually didn't have one of the best performances from them. I think yesterday ended up with a 14th place. Wow. They also ended up, you can see right there, 0, 10, 0, 0, and then 15 with this chicken dinner. So you can see the up and down that Nova was on. We saw what happened yesterday with the 4 Bros fight as well in Sanhok. Overall, with this squad, I mean, it could just be that they were trying out different stuff with Rin. Because keep in mind, now Rin is back on this squad. And now Nova, at least on that Sanhok, is starting to look like the Nova that we expect, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at the total points there, this is... Maybe yesterday was a weird day for some of those heavy hitters. It did open up a lot of opportunities for the squads down at the bottom that needed those points. But, I mean, Nova, thank you for bringing it back. That was a great first game.
Oh, it was wonderful, and it was especially great for Dope, right? A squad that desperately, and I mean desperately, needed those points. I guarantee you, K19, those squads at the bottom, they are punching the air right now that they couldn't stop this madness from them. So let's take a look just how insane this difference was as we take a look, of course, at their day before to now, and look at that. You're going to see quite a big little shift here, Glitter.
Love to see the uptick here. And then we wanted to just illustrate this, right? Because look at the elims. Forget the damage and everything else. I mean, yes, the average survival time, obviously, the longer they're alive, the more they can do with their time. But average elims went from 2.25 to 9. Are you Dope? Do this all day, and you will be able to put yourselves right back up in the standings where the rest of your compatriots are.
Let's see.
I was really hoping you were going to go with compadres. I was like, yes.
I did. I was going to say compadres, and then I was like, no, I won't do it.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it. But you know what you're going to do? You're going to say bye to me real soon, because this next match is about to get started. And double Sanhok day is what we're about to get into, guys. I got to ask you one little quick thing. What are your predictions? Let's go. Never mind. Too late. Too late. Better late than never. Let's bring it. I meant predictions of our casters, guys. Right? Literally just heard the production of my ear say no. And this one took them out the room.
I don't think he realizes
I'll see y'all guys.
Fast when it's time to go fast, okay? I like that Joaquin just went, no. No.
Erangel now, so who's ever good at Erangel is gonna win. That's definitely what they would have said. How about you, Necro? Who do you think is gonna win this?
I mean, I don't know, but that was quite funny. Now, Erangel, it's hard. It's tough to make choices, or tough to make just say like, oh, this team's gonna win, because at this point the lobby's pretty much unpredictable. We're not even like seeing, or we're not even seeing what's expected. So lobby's being unpredictable, and just if I want to make like a guess by closing my eyes, I would say XSET.
Close your eyes and point. Oh, okay, XSET. Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes and point too. No, I'm just gonna say the hit list because of my thumb for today. So, you know, I'm going to be a good team player and choose my pick. But anyway, it does look like we're going to be making a move onto Erangel, though. We're going to be flying over Georgia Pool first, ending off at Novo. So a little bit more of a central plane path, a little bit more down towards that southern side. But, you know, nothing too unusual. The only thing I do not want is a center circle. Like, I swear, we've just been getting so many center circles recently, especially over the Super Weekend. Like, there's a ton. So this time, I want none of that. I want the circle to be interesting.
Oh, man. Well, let me tell you what. The predictions of the analysts are still going to be a mystery. What was their prediction? I wonder.
I told you, people good at
I mean, the production crew just took them away. They're like, all right, well, we don't really care about you guys' predictions. Just take them away. Casters, get in. But yeah, the plane fly path 2 is going to be something the teams are not going to be struggling unless HQA is one of those teams that like to drop all the way on the top north. Near the side of Stalberg and Kamishki on the top right. So that's something HQA will need to try and buy a lot of time in the early phase of the zone and then go over there. K19-2 is one of those teams that like to go right at the same spot. So might just a bit of struggle coming through for them. But this time the circle is going to be tilted a bit to the north, a bit to the right side. Still a standard circle. Nothing really standing out to me.
No. Not really, not really. But you're right, K19's actually in this match as well. That totally skipped my mind. K19, 19 Esports, Mezexis Vamp, they're back in. 4Bros, HTV, Polaris, WallStreetBets are out. So I really want to see the hit list and K19 going ahead and really do something in this match. What's interesting to me, though, just taking a look at everything that's happening right now, is what are the Knights doing, bro? Do you see them just to the southern side of Yasnaya Polyana, 2 of them together? Otherwise, the other 2 super spread out. Probably looking for vehicles if I had to go ahead and guess. Yeah, actually, there you go. All of them just getting a vehicle at the same time, but super split. I guess going on ahead, grabbing those vehicles that they know spawn, where they don't think anybody else would be in those situations.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at this point, players know exactly. They can just pinpoint where the vehicles do spawn. Because there's also a map that you can get which just tells the vehicle spawn rate on this certain amount of places. So that makes things even easier for the players and even people like us to just, you know, try and guess, okay, this is the part of the map, you probably do get a vehicle over here. And the players as well, they don't really struggle a lot. But yeah, currently they're in the Yasnaya Polyana. They're going to take their nice little time and loot. K19, though, unfortunately, they just found a coupe to work with. So the 2 players are going to be in the cap, while the rest two are going to be running a marathon, which is kind of mean. Maybe one of the guys should be an Uber driver.
Another one.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. They're good. Yeah, gotta worry a little bit about Vamp. That's just to the northern side, but they're very much focused on getting into Severny, which, by the way, the 2 of them are in Severny. The other 2 are all the way in North Georgia Pole. So it looks like a couple other teams are going for pretty insane splits. I didn't even notice that situation with Vamp there. I guess they couldn't go ahead and find another vehicle or some sort. Now they're super split. You know, the other 2 that are in Sev, they're holding the circle, you know? They're spot inside the circle. The other 2, they'll be over there eventually. But enough of that. Looks like Knights, they've all found themselves in Yasnaya. Also, another team that kind of drove up like the Knights did in this situation is Lazarus. They're like just down below, kind of doing that Shelter Mansion Lipovka split and Prison actually split. And they decided to go ahead and drive on up there as well because really early on with a plane path like that and the zone kind of shifting kind of a little bit harder over to one of the sides, like you can make a decision, oh, I'm going for vehicles anyway. Instead of like stopping on these compounds right here, why not just drive on up into compounds further inside zone? And then I probably have to not worry as much for my next rotation.
Mezexis too right here in Nova Pnoy. I mean, Mezexis, they are one of those teams that are currently in the latter half of the board. Not really doing that great so far, but I'm pretty sure Mezexis is also one of those teams that I'm not really worried about. They can just flip things around in one single game and they can just be in top 16 and just get a nice rocket start for themselves. So I'm not really going to be eyeing out for teams like Mezexis, but yeah, as you pointed out perfectly, the hit list too are going to be one of those teams that I'm personally going to be eyeing out, including Dope as well. And then now, one thing I've seen for sure is Lazarus's downhill performance that has happened in the week 2. And that needs to be acknowledged because currently Lazarus, they're all the way in the bottom side, I think if I'm not wrong, they're all the way in the last position in the overall rankings of this league play of week 3, day 2. And now I don't know how Lazarus are going to try to perform. I mean, Lazarus in week 1, they did so well. But then later on, it's just been their complete downhill. Hopefully, that's just something that Lazarus is trying to test around. And this is not the Lazarus we're going to be seeing in the grand finals or even in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, you're right. I mean, week 1, they're absolutely amazing. Week 2, not so much, but still good. Still overall in that 5th place position in all of Super Weekend points right now. Yeah, starting off in that 20th place spot, definitely not an ideal situation. It doesn't look like that they're just able to kind of stay alive. So hopefully they're going to be able to kind of figure that out. Definitely going ahead and get themselves some placement points. Of course, with placement points, it usually comes kill points, right? So they just got to go on ahead and kind of get that formula back, that winning formulae, and they'll be good. So we'll just have to wait and see whether or not they'll be able to pick it back up. Because, I mean, they have the rest of the games today and tomorrow, of course.
Talk about the rest of the games, though. Still, I mean, we're not really seeing any fights happening just yet, but now a lot of teams are going to start to book it right to the center spot of the zone. And man, look at that. Nova, they're going to be right in the smack center. This is something I haven't really seen Nova doing, right? I mean, Nova, usually they like to play kind of like in the off center, but this time Nova, they're going to just straight up book it to right in the smack center. That means Nova, they're not going to have a lot of space to create that split for themselves, but we still do see Kindness kind of being a little bold, trying to scout the hilltop. But Boring Protocol is going to be there in the hilltop right there, so you better watch out because Spec is not a man you want to mess around with.
Not at all. Honestly, taking a look at the overall map as well, though, I don't even know where all of them are. There's so many other people making rotations around them as of right now that spotting them out's a little bit difficult. Nova obviously right beside them. Looks like we got Dope starting to make a rotation right between them as well. Yep, here we go. Alucard making a big rotation right beside Spec. Oh no! Trying to see if this location is free. It is absolutely not. Taking down a half HP, actually. He needs to try and get out of there. Of course, if he went further up to the northern side, Nova would have gladly taken that point for themselves, but it does look like 19 Esports will be able to kind of divert down to the southern side and probably be fine. Spec, is he chasing or no? He's leaving because he just got crashed on by the rest of 19 Esports. That's their compound now. The rest of Boring Protocol up on top of Potato Hill. They couldn't do anything about that.
I mean, 19 Esports is one of those teams that I personally went with, or at least team to watch out for today. And unfortunately, they're currently on the receiving end of Boring Protocol. Boring Protocol, they're able to find some nice shots and also maybe potentially open the floodgates too, because the second man issue has been taken down quite low. Now Acer trying to make a nice off angle to play with. Also realizes now this is not the right time to capitalize as one of the players got taken down. Now the floodgates are open. Boring Protocol, they're just flooding inside this compound. 19 Esports, they're going to feel all sorts of pressures, all sorts of nerve now, going to start to rattle. But oh, that's a great reply from Issue. The nade's going to connect right on top of his head, just blasts him open.
Meanwhile, Nova, you can see them slowly getting closer and closer. They're going to start taking those ridges to potentially get involved in this fight. It looks like actually Koi, getting a knock on SB. Boring Protocol might be able to clean up this fight against 19 Esports, but I'm sure Nova will be there right behind them. Though I say that, of course, there is only one member of 19 Esports left inside. The flush is coming through, actually, from Boring Protocol. And here we go, QZ making the push forward. Yeah, you're right, getting those last couple of knocks is starting to get those steals. Sam L, though, he's not going to be taken down easily. Starting that fight against Nova as well. The run over the Koi, of course, kind of saving this situation. Boring Protocol actually being the first team eliminating this situation. Issue just being able to stay alive, getting the rest into his one teammate. Now Nova knows that they're still alive. They're going to try and clean this up. I mean, at this point, it's just a matter of time before 19 Esports goes down. I was going to wonder if they're going to be able to take at least one person with him from Nova Esports, but unfortunately the answer is no. Nova being able to kind of third party and realize that that was a thing that they could capitalize off of. That was amazing. Got themselves some points.
Yeah, I mean, Nova, Knights, these teams are currently just going to be the predators of the lobby. They're going to try to take out every single player because they're chilling in the overall rankings. They know it's not going to be a struggle. So might as well just try and go for some elimination points, some high elim games maybe, make some records happen. Might just see that. But yeah, Nova down to a three-man squad for now, but this three-man roster, again, in this currently playing in the game, that can make a lot of things happen, so I'm not really worried for them for the rest of the game. Execute one of those teams, pretty okay in the overall ranking so far, at least after day one, but that doesn't mean they can just start the rest.
No, not yet. They need to go on ahead and keep fighting, honestly, until the very end, because they need to make it into this next Super Weekend if they're going to make it through. And honestly, they should just keep on playing the hardest possible so that they know how to play in this lobby, in my opinion. Of course, League play games are so different from Super Weekend games, but it's still in the same lobby. You can still gain information and know how to do better. So we got to keep an eye on them. They have to continue to do well. We're kind of jumping around at this point, just taking a look at where everybody else is playing inside of the zone, because Circle 2, everybody's just trying to find themselves a spot, and 14 teams alive is getting a little bit difficult, especially for that southwestern side of the circle, because that's where the majority of people are making their rotations. So there's just so many people down there trying to find at least a singular building for all of their team to go ahead and play out of, while everybody else a little bit freer to try and grab other positions. You can see HQA grabbing this forest. Looks like they might have wanted the position that B-Town has beside them, and they'll just either have to take that fight or be patient as they're slowly leaving there for a little bit of a better spot up on top of that volcano hill.
And yeah, as you said, on top of that volcano hill. B-Town now going to be on the top here. Nova too, right in the front fray. 3 players are just trying to move away. As Koi's going to be there too. But Nova, again, I mean, they have this nice little bell to play with. A little ridge from all across the board. Great cover to work around with as well. B-Town is one of those teams that'll find themselves in this compound. But again, the problem is, if the circle shifts away from B-Town, the problems will be stacking up on top of each other, and how will B-Town try to face them?
You'll just have to wait and see. As of right now, they don't have that bad of a position, though, because you don't want to go too far towards the center of the zone at this point, because there's so many other people that could be in front of you. So them kind of just setting up at a spot that they know that is safe for themselves is definitely the right call. Here we go, a little bit of a replay from that upfight that we saw with 19 Esports and Boarding Protocol, by the way. Oh, SB actually going flying there a little bit. That was just so much vehicle action going for that crash. Unfortunately, didn't work out for either of them because of Nova's intervention. And actually, Nova, they actually surprisingly were able to get pretty far away from the position that they took that fight. One of them actually all the way on the southern side of Yasnaya Puliana. That's going to be huge for them as the zone centers directly on top of this. This could be a city ending, Necro.
I think so. It's going to shift up north. I'm telling you right now. How much you want to bet it's going to shift up north? Come on.
How far north?
Like
northern
on
Yasnaya?
Like that Stalber Hill. Like, it's going to be in contention. Yeah, like up north.
I mean, I would love for it to be on Stalber Hill, but I don't think it's going to go that far.
A little
so I guess we got a little bet going on.
All right. Let's see who's going to be the fortune teller.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Everybody, though, at this point, no surprise, don't need a fortune teller to tell you that everybody's going to be getting in their vehicles and just absolutely sending it. At this point, not too many places to be able to grab, so the majority of people are going to be sending it into Yasnaya, because cities, there's just so many places to play out of that they can house people.
That's a worse.
Unfortunately, yeah, Polo G going to be able to clip a little bit of that water tower is going to set him not a good spot whatsoever. The rest of his team actually stopping in the field, also not going to be helping them either. Nice, getting a knock into one of them. Does look like Coops did get traded though, so maybe XSET will be able to kind of get their teammate back, especially Polo G being really careful with these smokes coming through. Was that a pan I just saw be tossed? But slowly but surely he might be able to get that res on a J-Way if these nades do not hit.
And yeah, look at him just tossing on him some utilities. We'll get the confirmation on a J-Way though, so Polo G is going to be the only man now in the close fray. Polo G kind of messed up big time right there. He accidentally crashed his vehicle on that little pole. And man, that's some, some driving mistakes, and this is why I should be a good driver. But yeah, Xenox now. I mean, look at him. Oh, that nade was tossed in so close. Polo G kind of taken down to half HP. But again, he has the boost working in his favor too. A little bit of bandages now to try to wrap himself up. Polo G is going to make his way out of harm's way and reunite with his teammates for now. But still, he needs to be a little cautious. He needs to cross over, though. Oh.
Well, I was gonna say that was a smart rotation from him because he knew that the windows inside of that apartment building couldn't really see where he was running right there, and it looks like he will just be able to get away. So I think that was a really smart rotation coming through from him to kind of get back to the rest of his team. A little bit worried for kill switch there though, since he's kind of in a very open one-story building that the Knights would be able to really easily watch. So we'll see if they're gonna try and get a little bit further inside of the city, a little bit of a different position to play out of. The Knights, those apartments, they're just so strong. I mean, they're super difficult to go on ahead and either crash or really go on ahead, get inside of and take a fight in. So Knights not worried about. Looks like a couple people have decided not to go into the city, kind of staying around more for that edge position, waiting for the circle to pop, hoping that it's going to be pulled in their favor. Oh. And it looks like it's a Yasnaya ending. I already win this bet. Yeah.
Oh, come on. He can still take a north shift, you know? He can still take a hard shift up north.
Well, I said I was going to land on Yasnaya.
Well, let's see. It can still, I mean, I'm a believer. I think so. It's still going to, there's still a chance it might just shift up north a bit and can just screw a lot of teams over. Because I've honestly seen a lot of circles like these. And, I mean, it does usually tend to shift up north. But, yeah, luckily, we might just see one of the most, like, rarest circles out there. We might just see a city ending, potentially.
I bet we are, and I think everybody else kind of realized that. Everybody that was not inside of Yasnaya are now going for it. Literally everybody. Look at that map there, Necro. Everybody just streaming on it. Whoever gets in there first is going to, of course, be potentially in the best position, be able to be more on the defensive. Who knows, honestly? It's just chaos at this point. Everybody's sending it on in. Here we go. Looks like Lazarus there. They got themselves a safe spot, but, of course, the Mezexis was right in front of them. Looks like, unfortunately, they're kind of having to fight a little bit further away from each other. Russell protecting himself against Execute as well. There's so many fights happening right now from the northern side. They're forced to do this because of the zone shift.
Yeah, exactly. K19 now. Russell's going to be on top of the players of Execute. Oh, so much pressure now. Yang is going to be finding himself in the enemy territory, completely surrounded by the players of K19. K19 too, they're trying to charge on in. The nade's going to be a little overcooked. Not really finding the mark just yet. Yang now going to step out the compound, has to Tommy gun. That means a lot of magazine, a lot of bullets to work with. Heavy magazine load indeed. And now Yang is just going to try to take things a bit slow, making sure he's not going to give it a lot of foot cues away. And this is where Punch Boost might just be one of the best things you can try and do. But unfortunately, it's Mezexis third-partying the entire fray. And, well, it's Execute. Well, Yang getting taken out. Seems like this time the stars aren't really aligned. Unlucky game for them.
No, I mean, honestly, I can't judge anybody in this situation. Yeah, I can't judge anybody in any moment when it's in a city ending, because there can be somebody seriously anywhere, and one person hiding in a singular small building can completely rip apart a whole team in the building beside them, you know? So city endings, these are so hard to go on ahead and predict who's going to go and take it. The only thing I could say right now, though, is that Nova kind of being the very center of the circle, I'm the least worried about them when it comes to just rotations. That's the only thing that I could say when it comes to this. Of course, Lazarus looks like they don't get a break whatsoever. They had to deal with a fight right when they got in here, and it looks like it's continuing. It's going to be against the Panthers. Wouldn't necessarily want to be getting in a fight with either of these teams. Unfortunately, that util not going just far enough to really be doing any damage to Lazarus downstairs. But it looks like they're starting to try and come downstairs just a little bit more. A big push coming through, getting a knock onto the member from the Panthers. I like that pre-fire there, actually, kind of potentially expecting somebody to be pushing through that open door, but nope, it's not the door, it's gonna be the window. Let's see if Poppy's gonna be able to make something happen here. The trade actually comes through. Kazeki, it's him and Joey left taking this fight as two people from the Panthers. Frady actually in this once again, him and Moso. Let's see what he's gonna be able to do here. As Joey is now holding it down for Lazarus.
Freddy's back in the lobby and now is also trying to rain down some terror on the players Lazarus. And I love it. Lazarus, they're utilizing the punch boost so well too. In these kind of situations, it's just so useful just to get rid of those footsteps. And now, there you go. We'll just make sure that some of the players from the side of Lazarus, they're going to fall on top of the flames. Fears is still up though. I mean, he's knocked out, but Joey might just go for a res on Fears. And if he does get the res back up on the Fears, then, okay, well, scratch that. That's out. That's completely out the equation now. Fierce confirmed. Poppy still knocked out. The Panthers will be able to get the rest back up onto Poppy, but Nova making quite a desperate rotation here.
Yeah, I said earlier that I wasn't worried about the rotation, but of course can't really say that when the zone decides to hard shift as far over towards the western side as possible. Panthers, they end up getting eliminated in this situation. Nova, unfortunately, lose 2 people on that rotation. I mean, making any sort of a huge rotation like Nova just did in a situation like this in the city, I'm not surprised to see that they lost 2 people. The people that I have to say might be in the best situation at this point might be B-Town and Dope. They're kind of far away from all this fighting that's happening in Yasnaya. Everybody that's stuck in the city at this point are going to be fighting each other. Execute, eliminated. Looks like the Chosen getting in another fight all the way up here on the northern side. B-Town going to try and get some cheeky points off of that as well. Getting some knocks from them up there. The rest of the people, the majority of the people, still inside the city.
The Chosen here, as you said, 3 players alive for them. Oh boy. And now the Chosen, they're going to try to book it in. Knights 2 right here against the players of XSET. I mean, XSET was my choice for this game. I went with XSET, but unfortunately, if I'm not wrong, they just have, 3 players to work with. That's something XSET will need to try and capitalize on. It was actually Smoke Grenade. That scared the hell out of me. I was like, all right, well, Xenox, you better watch out. Xenox too is a sharp-minded person, and this time Xenox will find a great reply on a kill switch as he is able to take down kill switch, and instantly this man's quite kill hungry too. We'll go ahead and confirm the frag as well. Jason finds a nice knockout in return. Xenox is still trying to hide behind that little barricade. Has the smoke grenade too, gonna toss on over, make sure he's gonna be able to take an exit from this little doorstep, but Polo G's waiting and he's ready to welcome Xenox.
Oh man, now at this point they're just kind of waiting this out. Both of them are in the very edge of this zone. So Necro, that means that they got to preemptively kind of take this fight because they know this next zone shift, the chances of pulling towards them are super slim. So if they're going to get in this fight, honestly, just trying to go on ahead and take some of them down now is the best case scenario. They should go on ahead and start trying to do that. The thing is that XSET now only having 2 people left, that's going to be a hard one, especially actually because we can see a couple members of Mezexis pushing on the side of them as well. Of course, zone does in fact shift. I said that B-Town Dope might have the best situation here, and it looks like that zone is actually going to go ahead and just exemplify that, doing them a favor once again. B-Town currently fending off Team Chosen coming through from the north, though, and huge nade coming in from Midnight, going to be able to take down 2 people, it actually looks like, and that is the rest of the Chosen. So they are out. 10 teams are left in this situation. Only 2, 3 of them not inside of the city of Yasnaya. Everybody else, they're going to have to fight till the very end and end up pushing towards maybe the stuff in the road, on this road, to be able to take this fight. It's going to be terrible.
Indeed, it's going to be terrible. And now look at Coops. Oh, the nade's in his hand, going to toss on over all the way on the top floor. Nothing being found just yet. Still 4 players up from the side of Knights and 2 players up from the side of XSET. XSET wants to take things quite slow, but the circle's going to take a drastic shift, and it's going to drop the ball in the court of the entire squad of Dope. They're currently looking so well too. Look at the M249. He's not even taking his finger off the trigger. He's just spamming it all over the place. Wants to take out the player of Knights, but Knights too, they're going to reply back even stronger. And a great reply from the side of Coops to just shut down and wipe out the existence of XSET. That's my choice.
Oh no, and it looks like unfortunately Iconic for the hit list was just spotted out. Dope doing exactly what they need to be doing. Dope and B-Town at this point, since they have themselves spots inside zone, they just need to hold it down and wait for everybody to be pushing out of Yasnaya. These are their last couple of points to be able to kind of soak on up before going for that last final fight. But right now, it looks like K19 not going to find themselves in a great spot, being eliminated by the rest of Nova. Both of them still actually being able to stay alive, protecting the building that they kind of crashed onto as that duo. Knights on the other side of the street versus HQA as well. Only a couple more teams at this point to try and be taken out before making a move. Looks like HQA does in fact find themselves a 3rd spot inside of the zone. However, Xenox, the last one up for Knights, does have the power to potentially mess a lot of this up for HQA, especially as somebody right above him currently knocked. He just needs to go ahead and toss over some util to potentially take out the last one, which is Sup Pig. Oh, Sunny Pig's actually up as well, but still not a great situation.
Indeed, not that great of a situation. As Midnight's going to be there too. Xenox, oh, he finds one of the players, but unfortunately HQA, they're going to be quite quick on their feet. A great drop shot from Sunny Pig to just put the final nail in the coffin and just nail him down. Dope, as I said, a great positioning to just start things off right here, and Dope might just be the potential winner of this game too. But unfortunately, this split from Dope might just cost them their entire game, as Casper's found himself in the enemy territory. HQA, they straight up booked it right here. A great cover to work with too. Casper's position now compromised. Nade will be tossed in from the side of Shivang, hoping that maybe connects, but no, that's not the case.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a scary spot for Casper to be in, especially because his back is entirely towards the last team that I think could go ahead and take this, which is a B-Town. So he really has to be careful against this little wizard tower here. The rest of Dope, unfortunately, focusing on B-Town from the northern side. Honestly, at this point, with 3 teams left, Dope might just have to focus on one or the other. They might just have to focus on taking out HQA if they're hoping to take this win against B-Town. But the thing is, you just know that right when Dope gets in that fight against HQA, B-Town is instantly going to start running down there and getting involved.
And bro, there you go. It finds the opening on the players of Dope. Maybe potentially also opening the floodgates against him. Casper trying to hold every single player of HQA, but that's too many players to try and deal with. 4 players rushing inside that little wizard tower. Casper had a lot of pressure just accumulating on top of him. Menace gets knocked out. B-Town now slowly and steadily move on in and also get as much as control as possible. Oh, could have gotten taken out, but still is at least alive, barely on a sliver of health. Dope too, they get a casualty on their side. How are Dope gonna try to bounce back and make their presence in the next zone?
We'll have to see. At this point, they're kind of the team that's sandwiched in between the two of the others. You know, they can't make a rotation down to the southern side because HQA is watching it. They can't move straight in or to the north because B-Town has now made a move in that position, especially because B-Town, the team that they got a couple knocks on, are Dope. So they're obviously going to go ahead and start making a little bit of a rotation towards that to try and hold them out. They're not inside zone. So B-Town, they sent a couple people forward a little bit just to make sure that Dope definitely cannot get a spot inside of the zone, which I'm a little bit worried about. I feel like B-Town honestly didn't really necessarily need to move. I think they could have stayed in their position. And these nades could be good against Dope, but the thing is Necro, look at that mini-map. HQA is moving behind B-Town. Of course, there we go, a couple of shots coming through, working, getting these knocks onto Dope, only one person left, but instantly getting shot in the back. HQA is here. B-Town not staying in their original position. They're now the team that's sandwiched. It looks like Dope, Flash, and his teammate might just be able to kind of bring this out. Let's see if he's going to be able to get this res. He's currently trying to. HQA providing the perfect distraction against the rest of B-Town. HQA, though, oh, no way. B-Town, I swear this was their game, but no, they're out, and now HQA, this has descended in and trying to find Flash. He pushes, and HQA take that win. That is the team that I least expected to win that.
Yeah, I honestly thought HQA would have gotten wiped out inside Yasna in the first place, but that was not really the case. I mean, HQA is still able to make it out alive, and still a great performance from the side of HQA. Man, what a great showing from them. But again, you talked about some of the mistakes from the side of B-Town. I felt like they should have not let that position go that they had at the start. They should have at least had one of the players looking in the back lines and then the rest 2 players pushing in. But instead, all the 3 of the players just started booking it right inside the zone, just trying to get as much as control as possible. But while doing so, they also let the flankways completely open. Let's take a look at that round report of the previous game, and let's find out how it really looked like. I mean, Jimmy's going to be there from the side of B-Town.
Yeah, Jimmy both on that most limbs and highest damage. We got Juancho for the most nades, and then Sup Pig Poppy for those longest eliminations, and Top Traveler. I just have to say, though, that HQA, I really think what really helped them with that rotation as well to get behind B-Town before B-Town was really able to do anything is they had a vehicle. They had a vehicle until the very end, and vehicles end game, they can completely change the game. And I think that was another example there that we just got to see. They were able to just quickly move up onto B-Town when they realized, like, B-Town's making a move. We need to make a move. And they were able to really do well there.
Exactly. I mean, vehicles in endgame, they're like so crucial, and they're so important too, right? Because if the circle does take a shift out in the open and you don't really have a lot of compound to play with, you can always use that vehicle and rely on it. Or even though if the circle takes a hard shift, then you have the vehicle to just make an instantaneous rotation. But WallSpan, it seems like that's going to be it from our side after the game too. But don't go anywhere. It's going to be the analyst desk coming back right after.
Hated by newbies but cherished by pros, our overall perception of Miramar hasn't changed over the years. Set in the heart of the desert, the hilly and uneven terrains make travelling around this map using vehicles a difficult task. Furthermore, the open fields and steep hills turn into a valley of death for any survivor who dares to cover the lands on foot. And the job is even more grueling when you have more land to cover. Miramar is 8x8 in size, just like Erangel, but has way more land area compared to Erangel. The loot is not very satisfying either, which makes dropping into the big cities a must. To avoid drop clashes, players can try cities like Los Leones, which are so massive that they can easily fit in 2 or 3 squads who can loot specific parts without any violence. Miramar's large open areas leave fewer chances of getting ambushed, but when you need to rotate, you will hardly make it without your teammates getting blown off in vehicles. All the cities in Miramar are connected through highways. These can save you from the trouble of getting caught by opposing crosshairs while your vehicle is rolling down a ridge.
Boom! Takes out the tire, and he is absolutely wrecked.
Nevertheless, flawless rotations according to the zone shifts are a must to capture vantage points in high ground areas, like the Picado Hill, Junkyard Hill, and the Church High Ground outside Chumacera. In Miramar, giving up these eagle-eye points is suicide. Also, remember to choose the buggy over any other vehicle you come across. While these are some of the more preferred places, there are some sweaty, infamous hot drops that even the pros hesitate to go in. The red building beside Picado Arena, for example. We won't suggest a blind rush here, as this place has like 1,000 different corners where enemies can camp. Apart from all of these, there are a lot more tricks to learn and secrets to explore about Miramar. Tell us what you find fascinating about Miramar in the comments below.
That was the first Erangel match of the day, and it's HQA to take that one right there. But Dope Esports, they crushed it as well. And speaking of crushing it, of course, we have to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, right? Our official energy drink partner here. Guys, it's Dope Esports Day. Glitter, the crystal ball is on point 7. I know that 16th place, Dope. I mean, that's in the past, baby. That's in the past. They're here now.
They're trying to make it to that super weekend for that 15th place. They're trying to improve. They're trying to make themselves get in a position. Remember, we actually called this out earlier at the beginning of the show. They're trying to get themselves to a position where they'll be able to hunt down some of those other teams that need to qualify to the super weekend as well. Chosen, I'm still looking at you. But as you said, Helping Quit Addiction does come out with that chicken dinner. And not just that, 9 ilms for them. But Nova is just it's just a completely different animal today. 12 ilms, 20 points for themselves. B-Town and Dope Esports Glitter. And with their first game of the day, K19 is able to show up with 7 points total. That's not bad.
Not bad. Not bad.
It's not. It's really not. Honestly, we will take it for any of these teams that need the points. And speaking of the teams that needed the points, Hit List on here only with 2, Execute only with 2. And not that they were in a dangerous position starting the day, but don't forget there's still another day after this, and every time they don't do well and the teams below them do, it's going to continue knocking them down on that overall. You can see Vamp, Mezexis, and 19 Esports rounding out the rest of that, struggling a little bit in this last match, but I mean, it really is, like you were saying, it is a Dope Esports day. Honestly, it's even a Nova day, 7. The aggression we're seeing out of the squad is, we've seen them be more elim heavy this time around, but I feel like today it is even more so.
Yes. Glitter, I need my Nova fangirl to be back, okay? I'm back.
I've been here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That baby earlier still got me tripping, okay? I'm glad you're back, because I didn't want to be the only one that was going to be going for Nova. And yes, I mean, you said it too. Dope Esports. B-Town, I feel like today, this is a great start for some of these teams. Execute, though, I know we're talking about teams that are doing pretty well. Execute so far, I feel like they realize, okay, we're in a good position after that day 1. They're not trying and they're not doing the certain rotations and different stuff that they were able to do yesterday, and that's why we're currently getting this kind of results from them. They ended up in 13th place with only being able to achieve 2 points, and those 2 points can be at Elim. So that's another team that I would definitely like to look at. And you know what? A team that we have to call out as well, as we're seeing all the madness here from the Chosen, has to be Vamp. What happened to the 3 chicken dinner team in just one day? Like, we have not seen Vamp at all this league play. We have not talked anything positive about them. And this last game, only 1 point, and it was just because of the placement, Glitter. What happened with Vamp?
Maybe they burnt themselves out after those 3 chicken dinners. I don't know, like you said, they had a phenomenal day in the Super Weekend. We go back into league play, struggled yesterday, didn't make that top 16 overall. Now today, still very, very quiet. They're gonna have to have a turnaround if they would like to have another opportunity to get some more Super Weekend points on the board. Oh my God, this nade though from Brar. When I saw that come out, I was like, oh, this could be a little bit spooky, but honestly, Flash with the nades to not just this game, the game before, the nades have been on point.
They definitely have been. And here we go with the damage. HQA, 1900 damage, 9 ilms, and Nova. Look at that conversion right there from Nova. 12 ilms out of 1400 damage, and you'll be able to see why later on, as you guys were able to see a little bit there on the highlights, the way they're being able to just third party the aggressiveness. And keep in mind, Rin is currently playing Glitter, and if we go down the list, any of those teams surprise you?
I'm just happy to see K19 up here again at the 1,000 damage mark. Okay, we're getting some Elans on the board, and we saw them pop up in that highlight package as well. And it might be a little bit late for it to all start kicking in, but they look better. They look more confident. They're making the right pushes and taking their fights. So hopefully this is going to be the upward trend for the final week of league play that we were hoping for out of K19, Jukes.
It's about time, about time. I mean, still, considering like how they've performed in the past league play days, this is a really good day, right? But for them, still got a lot of work to do. But man, Bob, they have come on point here. Look at this awesome battle between them and 19E.
Definitely, but Bob did not start awesome on this fight as they ended up losing 2 of those players right there. And you're gonna see why Nova was able to do as amazing in regards to conversion and damage, because they smell that blood in the water. They knew it was coming. And guess who's leading the charge? That's right, QZ, 19 Esports, still trying to handle boring protocol right there. Spec being able to at least get some illness for his team, which is really, really good. Kindness does end up getting eliminated, but then you have the backup player. You have Rin now being able to get that angle. And on top of that, you have Koi just running him over, and they don't stop here. They decide to go for the full push. They know, hey, they were fighting. There's still people in there, and they are able to get those easy ilms in a way because, I mean, at this point, it's just an easy ilm, Glitter.
I mean, what I loved, well, first of all, got to give credit to Sam L because he had a fantastic angle when Nova did make that push in, so it did help him get that, take out Kindness. But, I mean, Nova, just aggression, just completely pushed in. I mean, the fact that this is their averages, okay? These are not for this last game. You would think that maybe they might have been. This is average. They're averaging almost 1,400 damage and almost 10 elims per game right now. I mean, you wanted to hear whether or not I was still on board as the Nova fangirl, and I will never leave. I am always here, okay? And now we get to see the individual stats for the averages, and it's Kindness, right? I mean, to be fair, QZ, 40 points behind. That's nothing, okay? 40 average points behind. But almost 500 average damage, 3.5 average elims, and the fact that you've got 3 of them tied for average knocks. I mean, every single player's putting in work right now, and I am here for it. Keep rushing people, please.
Hey!
Let's go.
Got it. She's got it.
Let's go. Yo, by the way, she's the one that got me on the Nova hype train a couple seasons back. All right, so thank you, Glitter. I'm glad I joined this train.
Hey, you know what? Hey, speaking of hype trains, right? How could we forget about Dope Esports, right? The LLC, the limited liability company. They needed these points more than anybody, and they showed up today, 7.
They definitely did. I mean, Menace has been able to put up a great performance, 934 damage, 7 ilms. But I gotta give some credit here to Flash because, as Glitter said, not only has his nades been great today, they have been great in the past too. And for the longest time, this was actually one of the main players out of Dope, or the only player out of Dope that I was actually being able to see clutch up those kind of performance, being able to clutch up ilms that they needed, being able to clutch up plays for the team to keep on surviving and get more more average survival time, get more of those placement points. So congratulations, Flash. I have enjoyed what I've been seeing at you. Caspers, Fishy, looking good too. Hopefully Fishing can get in that Elim leaderboard too, as he's currently holding a 0, but at least he's putting up damage, so he's being able to be supported to his teammates.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now we got to also talk about B-Town, right? How can we forget about them? They were a little quiet in that first round, but here in the second round, I mean, they're finally back. So yesterday they did great. Today now in this match they're doing good. So why don't we take a look at a little bit of a stat comparison between them and Dope, because that's the two squads we definitely have to keep a close eye on here, Glitter.
Right, and we wanted to talk about this because B-Town was one of those teams that was already in a solid spot for the overall for this league play as far as top 16 goes, and Dope wasn't. Dope was outside of it, right? And now, as of today, I mean, yes, B-Town is just barely edging them out on average damage, but Dope's average placements, their average elims, their survival time is significantly better than B-Town, and this is important. We compared these teams on the first day, all 6 of them, and we're going to continue doing so because these are the ones that matter the most when it comes to needing those super weekend points. And right now, the fact that Dope Esports is outperforming B-Town is very important.
So important. So important. Well, now I think we're starting to finally see a little bit of that point gap, and those teams at the top should feel a little bit comfortable, right? Still not fully comfortable. A lot more work to do. But let me ask you this. Are we going to start seeing some hunting today? Because if it's going to happen, it would happen at this match. Why don't I start with you, Sam?
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh, Glitter says yes. Okay, yes. All right. By who? How about by who?
I would love to see it out of Boring Protocol. I would actually love to see it out of The Chosen.
Ooh.
I
was going to say, I think Nova might start hunting some people down.
I think Nova's
I'm not looking at the top teams yet. Even though I expect them to. They better, right? I'm looking at those teams that are going to be fighting for that super weekend overall. That, for example, like you guys said it, B-Town, Dope Esports, they're currently separated by just 13 points.
True.
Whew, too close for comfort. But guys, thank you so much here. We're going to go ahead and get this next match started. So I will finally see y'all a little later. Thank you for giving me the time to get their predictions. Let's go ahead and bring back our casters here for the match. Guys, another match here in the books. Zute, Necro, you guys keep crushing it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that, Hot Jukes. Well, we're heading into game number 3, and things are definitely starting to shake up, Necro.
I mean, indeed they are. I mean, I heard the analyst desk talk about a little bit of targeting, and I honestly feel like day 2, maybe not. I feel like day 3 has to be the days where we might just see those targeting coming through because, again, it's the time for survival for those teams that are all the way in the latter half of the board. And at that point, you might as well just try and do everything that you can at least try to get yourself situated in the top 16. There are a couple of teams that are currently on the struggling phase. For example, HTV. They haven't really been able to show themselves up to so far in the game. And HTV, now it's their chance to try and do something in these games, right? Miramar is going to be the map that we're going to be moving on forward. And in Miramar, I feel like HTV, they have quite a decent showing.
You think HTV, like Miramar of all maps, HTV could pull something out and get a decent amount of points?
Yeah, I think so, because the way HTV likes to play is they like to just play like a tight-knit unit, right? And then they like to rotate around like that. And we know Miramar is one of those maps that has a lot of open space, that has a lot of terrains to play around with. So I personally feel like HTV, this is their biggest chance to try and get something happen because, as I mentioned, they don't really like to split. And Miramar, being a big map, they can also avoid a lot of eyes onto themselves. That's what I think.
I see. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. We'll see how HTV does with this one. Flight path extremely towards that eastern side of the map. I think we might see some casualties due to the plane path this skewed to the eastern region. You see a lot of teams already stretching towards that west. Nobody going for Porto Paraiso this time around, though.
Oh, yeah. And look at the Los Leones area, too, right? HTV, of course, they're going to be one of the first teams to take an exit from the plane, and now they're going to try to situate themselves in a bit much more better footing. As you said, the plane flight path is going to be screwing a lot of teams over. There's quite a bit of teams that like to go all the way on the left side. For example, Monte Nuevo, El Pozo. So those teams will need to try and find themselves at least a comfortable spot, but at the same time, it has to be a last-minute something, right? Last-minute spot that they'll need to try and find, because they cannot try to extend all the way over to El Pozo. It's Miramar. You'll have to buy so much time in the early phase of the zone. But this zone 2 is something which is quite, I mean, standard, I would say. It's not really something that the teams are going to be caught off guard with.
Yeah, that circle, the middle of that circle is literally where a bunch of different roadways just intersect. Meaning it'll be easy to rotate into it no matter where you're coming from on the map. I do see towards that southern side, you were talking about HTV. It looks they're really close to B-Town, but it looks like they managed to separate some distance from one another. And while teams drop down there all the time together, so they should be familiar with each other's like looting territories.
They should be indeed, and HTV so far, I mean, one of the players is getting really up close and personal to the players of B-Town. And B-Town, if you talk about their firepower, Brar has to be one of the biggest instrumental key player that they have. And B-Town, I mean, if Brar gets taken down, then their firepower drops down by a lot. So being the instrumental player, also being the star player for the team, Brar is going to be having a lot of responsibilities on his back. Unfortunately, that previous game did get really close, but I mean, they try to control the zone, they try to be proactive, try to push on in against the team in the front, but then they just left the flankways completely open. And HQA too, what a great read from their side.
Yeah, definitely. HQA did extremely well. You see here, B-Town, Brar. He's aware of myths. He's jiggling back and forth at the top, but he's like looking directly at his teammate in the distance, probably trying to communicate something over, just be like, you know, you could push up right to here, we could get this one, you know, elimination. Yeah, Brar's definitely not here just doing a little dance for the sake of dancing. He's aware of some HTV players in this area.
And HTV, as I said, they like to stick around with each other. And you mentioned too, Brar's going to be quite close to Myth. It was one of those players from B-Town that I was worried about, or at least was one of those players from the side of HTV. Now, don't get me wrong when I say this, HTV's firepower is lacking quite a bit, and they only work off of with a huge team play. As I said, they like to play with a well tight-knit unit, and then that's only how they usually win those fights most of the times. If you take a look at the overall rankings too, if I'm not wrong, HTV is one of those teams that heavily focuses on those placement points too, because they know their firepower somewhere down and will lack quite a bit in this lobby.
Yeah. B-Town right now actually just rotating away, so it doesn't look like they're going to try and, you know, fully commit to anything there. Just definitely backing off. Maybe they want to prioritize some more loot. As you can see, Jimmy, no meds, no vest. So he's going to be rotating way down to the south. I almost feel like they could have just gone Puerto Paraiso. Like, if they've done their VOD review and all of that, they should know that Puerto Paraiso can be open for them. I think that's actually where they're headed now, after seeing the fact that HTV probably took up some of their usual split locations, and now they're really hurting for loot.
Indeed, they're going to be hurting for loot. And you do see clearly the lack of confidence too, right? I mean, if B-Town they wanted, they could have challenged this fight against HTV. They would have went up against HTV. They would have been like, all right, well, at least we'll try to catch one of those players off guard who is separated out. But that was not the case. Instead, B-Town, they decided to disengage and move on over to the other side, or their safer side, prioritizing the loot, which is a bit mature decision. But again, Myth was completely separated out. If B-Town wanted, they could have capitalized on the Myths. They just let him go away. This is clearly because the overall rankings that they're not really looking that hot. So again, second guessing is always going to be there if you're not going to be doing that great.
Taking a look at Execute, and this is one of the teams that really needed to bounce back this week, and they absolutely, I wouldn't say crushed it, as far as bouncing back compared to their previous week. I mean, they are crushing it. They made a drastic improvement. Still probably not where they're happy with, because I know this team does expect much more of themselves. They'll get a chance to prove that later on in the Super Weekend if they qualify, which I think, you know, they're in a pretty safe spot to qualify. As teams making rotations right now, we're going to see the first engagement with Dope and Polar Ace. Flash by himself here.
Exactly. And now Polar Ace, they're just entering the enemy territory as Flash is going to find himself on the receiving end. Flash, though, is still able to inflict a lot of pain and hurt. A great drop shot to try and at least mitigate as much damage as possible, but that's not going to be the case. Blinky finds a knock. Great reply from his side, but already 2 of the players from the side of Polar Ace got taken out. That's something they'll need to try and acknowledge. Look at Fishy all the way in the outskirts. Will now also try to toss on some nade, and this better be cooked to perfection. The nade looks like it is going to be on the mark as well, but no, just a little off the rip.
I think in situations like that, nades are great and all, but should probably just take that timing and get a little bit more aggressive. Of course, it could go either way. I mean, if the nade hits, it's a beautiful play. If it doesn't, you allow for them to revive. Now it's a 3v4. Dope still has a good chance to win this fight because Polar Ace is still trying to readjust, and there you go. Polar Ace trying to readjust. They lose Kiyoshi, and now it's back down to a 3v3, and one of the players, Trey, is really damaged and tagged up.
Look at the amount of nades that are going off in the nearby vicinities, and this exactly shows, right? I mean, the teams that are all the way out in the top and don't really like to rely on their firepower, they usually tend to use a lot of utilities in a fight because they're not really so sure about winning a gunfight. And this is something that Dope currently are facing. I mean, they're down to a 3-man squad. Polar Ace as well, they're down to a 3-man squad. So this is like a 3v3 situation, and both these teams have now came down to a stalemate. Polar Ace too, just waiting for any of the players of Dope to just step out in the open and make a rookie mistake. But so far, Fishy too has his nerves held down. He's not going to do so. Great smoke to try and cover the lines as Trey wants to cross on over. Fishy with some random span, hoping that maybe it's going to connect, but that's not the case. But look at Menace all the way from the back, creating a great off angle, finds an opening onto Blinky. Now maybe the floodgates are open.
Dope just off-angle the off-angler. Blinky actually ran out there way earlier on to catch a player by surprise, wanting to get an angle from the side, and that player went all the way around. Very unexpected for the Polar Ace team, and just out-angled the off-angler pretty much. Now it's a 3v2 situation. It's fully within Dope's control now to win this match, but we'll see how it plays out as another one of Polar Ace goes down. I love Dope's aggression here. Except they will lose a player. That's a little bit of an oversight right there. They could have easily 3v1 this safely without losing that player, but they should clean this one up now. They're grouped up together. Just take the simple 2v1 using multiple angles still. That's another one down. Trey, 1 HP. There's no way he clutches this. Casper just needs 1 bullet in, and oh my god! Casper almost got taken out himself.
Yeah.
That was
close. Way too close for comfort.
Way too close.
I mean, but if you asked me if this fight was worth it or not, I would say no. Honestly, I would say no, this fight was not worth it even a bit because now Dope, they took so much damage. 2 of the players got taken out. Dope now they're handicapped big time as well, as this is a little replay that the fight just happened between the players of 19 Esports and Knights. And one of the players from Knights got taken out. Alucard instantly confirmed as well. And now this is how 19 Esports, they're down to just a 3-man squad. They were kind of separated out, or they're actually pretty separated out if you look at the map too. So that's something 19 Esports will need to try and capitalize on because Mezexis too, they're moving in pretty close and they will have a high ground in this entire fight.
You mentioned Knights and 19E got into a fight. I wouldn't even say that was a fight. I don't think Alucard even shot a bullet and Chico just annihilated him. I think Alucard thought he was hidden enough where Chico could just run in and he get a free knock, but that was not the case. I mean, the Knights players, every single one of them, so aware of their surroundings. Even if no audio cue or visual cues are made, they're just always ready for a potential fight. Now, 19 Esports, you mentioned it, they're down to 3. Without their lead scout, too. Alucard is the IGL and the scout for the team, so that might slow down their rotations.
I mean, look, I don't want to do them dirty. I mean, Knights, yeah, they're one of the, don't get me wrong, I love Knights a lot, but I mean, it's probably because what just happened to them in the PMGC. They're just being extra careful and cautious.
HTV rotating in where Dope previously was. I want to mention, though, you said that Dope fight was not worth it. I still want to, you know, recognize the fact that it was a 3v4. And they committed to the 3v4 because, you know, one of their players was, you know, by themselves, got, you know, thirsted and everything. But when they started the fight back up, it was a clear-cut 3v4, and it did not sway them from, you know, holding the angles for a bit, seeing if they could get an opening, and it worked out, and then they continued on the fight. Most teams in previous years, the second the other team reset to 4, those 3 players would have just backed off. They wouldn't have stayed around to see if an opportunity could have been had. So I do want to congratulate Dope on, you know, seeing what could be done instead of just instantly, you know, giving up all opportunity. But they are down to 2, but 4 points, not too bad.
HTV too, quite a big rotation from their side. Inside the circle against the players of Dope now. Dope, their firepower is not going to be on point because, of course, they only have 2 players to play with, Casper and Fishy. On the other hand, Myth has got his eyes locked onto him. Look at Fishy too. He knows what exactly is going on around him too. Collecting that info, just jump peeking that angle from the third-person perspective, and just wants to get a little glimmer of the enemy because he knows he has sent someone right in the front lines, but HTV, as I said, they like to avoid all sorts of eyes, and this is what exactly HTV are doing. They're making sure they're not getting spotted from any of the angles, and HTV, they're just maintaining that astonishing factor.
Yeah, HTV, a very passive team when it comes to taking engagements. We're heading into the next circle shift very soon. We could go right into San Martin itself, and, well, San Martin is in zone, but a lot of the south side also in zone. Knights put themselves in a very strong position with that circle shift. Well, I mean, they were sitting there, so in a sense they got blessed. But either way, even if the Knights don't get circle blessed, I almost feel like teams would rather the Knights get circle blessed, because if they don't, that means they're pushing into you. And Knights usually always win those fights.
I thank God you mentioned that. But again, the problem is Knights, they're currently in the prime position. They also have the high ground to play with. So Knights, no matter what, they're going to be a problem and a menace for a lot of team in the front lines. They're just going to rain down bullets on the teams like XSET, Vamp 2 are trying to make it in. HTV now are going to be one of those teams that'll need to try and settle down in not really one of the best spots, but indeed, they will have to compromise with a decent spot in the zone, and they're straight up booking it too. HTV, as I said, they like to play with a tight-knit unit, and they're not going to spread out no matter what. They won't have the best comp to play with, but still, at least as long as they have something to play around with, that's all that's going to matter. And I potentially feel like Circle, in these kind of situations, it tends to shift out in the open. So HTV, they will have a huge chance, maybe, because they're currently in the open. I mean, the area around them is quite open.
Yeah. Just speak on the Knights once more. It's like, at least they're not moving anywhere, right? At least they'll stay put and not be a wrecking ball with circle blesses. Yeah. So you can just kind of stay out of their way. And now we have an altercation here. 19E rotating in on the edge of the new zone shift. Will be potentially getting into fight with WallStreetBets. 24K with that grenade. Looking to do something here, and well, 19 Esports, they're just trying to back off. I see 2 players in that buggy trying to rotate away. They will have to leave Issue behind, however. See if Issue could get anything done here. Oh, and actually, WallStreet getting shot in the back by Mezexis. It's going to relieve some pressure off of Issue.
At least he's lucky that it did not get completely taken out. A little bit of potato onto him. I mean, it was a pretty long distance spray too, so I would give it to him. It's okay. But now 24K is going to whip out that bolt action. He has Mosin in the hand and is looking to connect those shots. A little peek should be enough. Oh, that misses. But still, the flick was on the mark, but just the player got a little extra cautious, and he just moved behind the ridge at the last second. And now Mezexis, they're also going to try to move on in. HTV looking pretty comfortable too. 19 Esports and WallStreetBets right next to each other. Both these teams are going to be so unsettled. I mean, WallStreetBets, they're of course going to be on the aggressive page without a doubt, because currently they're doing so great and they have no care in the world. And just like that, 24K with a great nade will be able to flush one of those players out. An easy confirmation too.
I guess Issue thought they didn't know he was there. I mean, we saw 24K try to prep that nade for like the past 2 minutes. So he could have taken that third-party opportunity to run away, but now the whole entirety of 19E is getting picked apart now by a different team out of Dope. 19 Esports. Without their in-game leader, Alucard, it looks like they're just running around with their, like chickens with their heads cut off, just not knowing what to do and just falling one by one. New circle has shifted, by the way, just goes completely south of San Martin, and we're going to end on top of that mountaintop.
Oh man, HTV, they're currently barely making it on the edge of the zone too. Yeah, as you said, 19 Esports just running like headless chickens here and there. Looking quite in a panic state for now. I mean, in the day one, they had quite a great showing for themselves, but that doesn't mean you'll try and utilize that cushion this early off in the competition. Hopefully in the upcoming games, they will be able to show themselves up even in a better fashion. As B-Town now, again, all the way in the outskirts, the wall of death is going to be right in the back lines. 4Pros, if they try to charge on in, 4Pros is going to be in the front, but still, if you ask me, the man advantage is going to be in the favor of B-Town, so maybe they will have a decent advantage to try and win that fight against him and also steal away that little ridge and the little high ground the 4Pros are rocking currently.
Oh, WallStreetBets and Mezexis getting some explosion eliminations in. K19 losing some players. Same with Vamp. A lot of players all dropping left and right here with his circle shift because everybody's got to have to find a way to make it to the high ground. All access ways up to this new zone is pretty much from low ground to the high ground, so it's causing a lot of issues for a lot of players.
Oh, and look at Leon. He just blows that vehicle up. Lazarus is the Jets taking down half HP. Oh, nice spray from the side of Samuel. Jet 2 is going to be able to reply back in style, though, as Vamp 2 now they're going to start to chime in against the players of Execute. Another fight happening somewhere else, but B-Town against the players of 4Pros as one of the players got taken out, scratched that Brar 2 and followed it up. And what's going on? What? Blink of an eye, and the entire squad of B-Town, they're now down and dusted. They're going to bite the dust as Lazarus were one of those saving graces for 4Pros.
Speaking about saving graces and Lazarus, here they come now, looking to take the fight with 4Pros. They do have a position in the circle, which is open, I think, but maybe they're just seeing if there's an opportunity to be had here. As the Jet's going to commit some smokes, actually, and Joey's going to push up. As the Jet on the cover, and Joey in the close range against the 4Pros team.
Yeah, I like this, really. One of the players all the way in the back to provide that cover fire as well. Joey now going to toss some nades on in, hoping that maybe one of those connects and he's able to get some decent amount of damage off the bat. There we go. One of the nades does connect, but does not deal enough amount of damage, so Joey's still in the front lines. Going to be a little worried of how to challenge this fight. 2 players in the front, now the guy in the back as well. We need to try and move in, and that's what exactly happens. But this time, the reply from this out of 4Pros is going to be even stronger with that nade right there. And there we go, Lazarus getting eliminated completely out the game on 12th spot with 3 eliminations just to wrap up.
Nice try out of the Lazarus team, but dope. 4Pros successfully defends 2 teams. Here we have a 3-way fight between K19, XSET, and Boring Protocol. We saw them in the kill feed just a second ago. Now Carnage will finish that one up. Unfortunately for the bot team, Spec is out. And yeah, I just saw that. That's a hard south. Hard southern shift.
And Knights too, they're alive with all the players. That means it's going to be one of those teams that'll cause a lot of problem. HTV too, they will try to book it as quick as possible because that's what they like to do. They don't like to take the chances and rotate on in late. But again, WallStreetBets might just be the wall they'll need to try and pass through before making anything happen. Do see 2 other players from HTV just straight up booking it. And yeah, we might just see the fight between WallStreetBets and HTV happen soon as one of the players from HTV falls down. It's going to be Angry Q, one of the players get knocking out. And there we go. The second one too will follow it up. As XSET well, there we go. XSET right here against the players of Boring Protocol.
Boring Protocol, you got to make a long rotation towards the southern side. They're going to start doing it now. That does allow for Killswitch to make his way up. Killswitch, no vehicles though. Potentially the whole entire XSET team don't have vehicles. So they got to make this rotation all by foot, and that's going to cost a lot of precious time. And then also, they're just not able to scout for as long as they want to. Sam does have that buggy though.
And now HTV, they're kind of left out. Oh no, this game's not really working out that great for HTV. They will get eliminated in 8th rank. It's probably because the zone hard shift, it went too hard on the players of HTV and they weren't really able to compromise and capitalize on the zone, and that's something, we're seeing a hell of a lot of casualties currently in the lobby. Every single player, every single team getting caught off guard by that zone shift. But Knights too, they're going to find a clean rotation, including Boring Protocol. They won't have to worry a lot about it. WallStreetBets barely on the edge with just 2 players. Even they will need to try and sweep on in.
You're saying the hard shifts is definitely causing a lot of troubles for a lot of these teams, but tell you what, anytime the circle hard shifts from the Knights, no trouble had. That's just an invitation for them to ram into the next team. And talking about the next team, They're looking at 4 bros on that western side, and there you go, just like that, 4 bros eliminated. We saw this 2-man 4 bros team take down 2 teams, just the 2 of them, defense-wise. And when the Knights show up, though, not a single fight can be even put up. That's just ridiculous. XSET coming in from the backside of Boring Protocol. They never fully took care of the XSET team, and now they're being punished for it.
And look at WallStreetBets right here. Nemesis is going to move on in. We'll get the resurrection secured. But again, the Wall of Death is something that's going to cause a lot of problems for WallStreetBets, and Nemesis trying to move on in. Unfortunately, the open ground is something that's going to catch him off guard, and he will be taken out. Mezexis is in the front with a great high ground to play off of with. J7-2 barely making it on the edge. Acer will be taken out, and his frag might just be stolen. Oh no, Acer's on half HP. J7, you better try and confirm that, because that's an elimination point, and your team desperately needs it.
Yeah, right now every single point is crucial. This hard shift, though. The Knights, once again, rotating in, sweeping around the northern side. They're about to come up on the backs of XSET and make their entry in. Coops actually has just rotated straight in to the north of the hit list, and Xenox gets the knock on Cyanide. I love that entry. They're sending 1 person to push him close, but they have 3 people in the back to maintain all sorts of amount of support and pressure for them to get that opening. And now we're down to just 4 teams. XSET down to 1 player, and oh no! The Knights getting picked apart here now, losing some players. They lose Chico. It always seems to be Chico, by the way. Out of the 4 players, it always seems to be Chico, the unlucky one to get taken out first.
Yeah, he's just able to open up the spray, and yeah, Chico, unfortunately, he's supposed to be one of those players who's supposed to play all the way from the back lines, and Chico just gets left away, I feel like. He just gets left out by his entire team. And then he's just left all the way solo in the back, and then he gets capitalized on. Unfortunately, though, 3 players are still up from the Knights. And now it's time for them to try and put on a show. I mean, it's not going to be that difficult for them. Mezexis, too, moving on in. Mezexis is going to be one of the biggest threats for Knight. The hit list, they're currently chilling all the way in the back, because hit list realizes these are some of the big teams currently alive in lobby, and if they do want to win this, patience is the key.
Yeah. Hit list just needs to bide their time, wait for a third-party opportunity. I think every team here is kind of waiting for that third party with these 3 teams still up at us. It's all going to come down to the circle shift. Knights right now pretty much kind of trapped between 2 teams, but it being the Knights, I think they know how to hold their positions and hold their angles so that they don't just get collapsed on. But we'll see how this circle shifts and what's going to make that entail for these 3 teams about to, battle for that chicken dinner.
UMP in the hands of Remix. And now, in the front, it's going to be the players' Knights. How are they going to try to play this? I mean, for now, it's came down to a stalemate. It's like a little trifecta of death as well. Just seeing a complete stalemate situation. Knights, too, they do realize if they try to be overconfident and cocky in this one, they might just get compromised and easily taken out, so might as well try to play things a bit more cautiously and maturely.
I'd have to agree with you there. Circle kind of shifts. Wait, did the circle shift, or is the blue zone just still closing? Circle did shift, actually. It shifted almost like nowhere. I feel like Mezexis can get into that zone quite easily. The Knights kind of just inch into the zone, and then the hit lists have the zone too. So might see a little bit elongated stalemate until we get the next circle shift. But you see everyone posturing up right now to get ready to take these last few engagements to determine the winner of this Miramar game.
Look at how scared everyone is to even peek out. I mean, including Knights too, they're taking things like just so cautiously, right? There you go, Coops or Xenox in the back lines. Position's now compromised. The Nate will be lopped in, but not really finding its sweet mark. Every single player from Knights, they're spread out so well too. Coops right underneath the players of the hit list. Hit list now will need to respect the players of Knights and back out a little bit in this one. Knights are being exchanged from both the sides. A lot of utilities now exchanged. Now, even from the back, Knights will need to watch out. Knights, they currently might just be sandwiched.
Hitless playing so passive right now. They only do have 3, and oh, just as I say that, Cyanide goes down. Yeah, I guess you got to play a little bit more safe against the Knights because they will hit their shots. Now that the Knights got a knock, they can't really push either because Mezexis is just ready to third-party this. So it's a good knock, but the Knights can't do anything too much because they're just sandwiched in between both teams.
Yeah, the Knights don't really have a lot of breathing space currently. And Cubes caught a little bit of bullets from the front. Knights will need to also take things a bit cautiously, just like how the hit lists are taken currently, showing as much as patience possible. Mezexis now, they have the most amount of zone cover too, but the next zone's going to shift away from every single team. They still need to make it in the next one, but it's okay. For now, they can try and play off of with this one. As Knights now, they will have a little high ground on the remix. Mezexis, though, still quite proactive, have a great control of the zone. Peralta taking down Solo, and this is where Knights will start capitalizing. The hit list, too, now they're going to start to strike in, but unfortunately, they're not really able to find the mark. Cyanide taking down Solo as well. Tommy Gun in that range might not be that effective, but he's still able to find those connections, and Knights, they're quite hurt now. Mezexis, too, down to a 2-man squad. Cyanide and the squad of hit list might just have the biggest chance of winning this one.
The Hitless looking good here. They have the high ground advantage. That's the Knights taken out. They coming over the top, and there we go. Slow and steady wins the race. We saw how patiently the Hitless played, even though they had the overarching high ground. They didn't push their advantage any. They just waited for the zone shifts and played off of that. Very well done to the Hitless team.
Well played from the side of hit list, without a doubt. Patience paying off, and as I mentioned, even in the final zones, I was like, hit list, they will need to be patient, and that's what they exactly did. The patience really did pay off to them. And again, the hit list, now we talk about the consistency. This is what they really need to keep going, even in the future lines. If that's not going to be the case, then hit list will be struggling. Taking a look at the round report, as Peralta, of course, is going to be there with the most elimination points wrapped up, and then Xenox with highest damage.
This is a Mezexis and Knights round report. So Hitless not up here, but I mean, they're happy with the points and the chicken dinner. They got Isajat showing up with that top traveler ranking. That was a very grueling ending. That was a 3-way team standoff for what, the last 3 circles in a row? You can see how teams are, playing a lot more cautious. And I don't want to say, passive, but in that situation in particular, it's like every team knew exactly what needed to be done, and that's just to just feel each other team out and see how it goes.
I mean, this final week has been pretty unpredictable, right? But hey, Zute, it seems like that's going to be it from our side for now, because after this short break, it's going to be the analyst desk returning, so don't go anywhere.
A thoroughly planned backpack always keeps you prepared for anything from dangerous enemies to wild zone shifts. So let's get into the concept of loot. You already know that it's important to find a backpack to better equip yourself in the game. Backpacks come in 3 sizes. The level 1 backpack comes with a capacity of 150. While it is sufficient for early fights and hot drops, it is never enough to carry enough supplies to get yourself to the final zone. The level 2 backpack, which comes with a volume of 200, is indeed better, but no one wants to settle for any less than the level 3 backpack, which comes with a maximum capacity of 250. Additionally, the vests that you'll find around the map will give you an extra bonus capacity of 50. The capacity of the vest remains the same for each level, and even if the vest is damaged. With these stats in mind, you may like to customize your loot properly without depending on auto pickup. For example, if you're an assaulter who dons a duo of AARs, like the widely used M4 and AKM combo, you can carry around 240 rounds of 5.56, 120 of 7.62 ammo when you have a level 3 backpack. But when you're using the same combo with a level 1 backpack, you must cut short the amount of ammo you are carrying and decrease it to around 150 and 60 respectively. Do note that different types of ammo take up different percentages of the backpack's volume. Furthermore, it is important that you don't compromise with your utilities for ammunition. For example, when you're out of enough ammo, you can adjust your playstyle accordingly and play a little passive. On the contrary, when you run out of utilities like smoke grenades and health supplies like first aids, it becomes much more difficult to make adjustments. As PUBG Mobile is a survival game, it is important that you reserve some space for carrying enough survival items. PUBG Mobile will always require you to act according to the situation you're in, but a little bit of pre-planning while you loot goes a long way. Always remember to check your backpack and ask your teammates to check theirs too, so that the loot is properly distributed among the team and you don't run out of essentials during intense firefights. Remember, no amount of loot is good enough to die for, so keep your priorities organized.
We have finally reached the midway point here of this league play. Huge, momentous occasion. Of course, we couldn't do it without our amazing partner, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here. Let's go ahead and bring Seven and Glitter back in on this one. Another squad that really needed this chicken dinner pulled it out. Love to see it, man. This is going to just make things even more crazy as the day goes on here, Seven.
It definitely is. Mezexis? I mean, we were earlier talking between ourselves saying what happened to the squad. Well, guess what? They decided to show up here, putting up a 23-point match with, and keep in mind, Mezexis was not the winner. It was actually the Hitless with 15, I mean, the placement points, right? And then 6 Illims. The Hitless finally showing up too. And then the Knights is starting to look like the Knights that we actually expect. Boring Protocol, we've seen what we expect, doing his thing. And if we go down, another team that we were actually kind of mentioning earlier at the beginning of the show, WallStreetBets finally putting up some numbers here on the board, at least on the first pitch. 8 points for them, 4 bros there with 7 points, and Dope Esports being to close it out there with 6 points to themselves. And if we go down, Glitter, Execute, K19, HTV, B-Town. You know what? B-Town, I'm gonna give you a break. But those three teams that I mentioned, even Execute is safe too. But I mean, they're the ones that need to perform. K19, what happened? HTV, what happened, Glitter?
You know, it's even scarier for the likes of HTV and K19 because they weren't on that first page of the overall when we looked at that last time. So, I mean, the fact that Dope, they didn't have the same type of game they had in games 1 and 2, but still got a chunk of points on the board for themselves that will allow them to continue chipping away at the squads above them. So, I mean, if this is a performance we're going to see for the last couple matches here for Dope, they will be in a much safer spot heading into our last day of league play. But of course, you also called it out. WallStreetBets, they were in the nicest way possible, they were pretty much non-existent yesterday. I mean, especially when we compare that to just the consistency that we've seen them have literally throughout the rest of the season. So being able to see them starting to get themselves back in the game, back on the board. Boring Protocol decided that consistency is now their main focus, their strength, because they have also continued to just manage to do well. Do you know what else I didn't realize about Boring Protocol? Because I don't even think I processed it, but they didn't finish outside of 3rd place at all yesterday. It was 3rd place or 1st place, and that was it. That's insane. I don't even think we got to talk about that.
Yeah, we definitely didn't. And the craziest part of that, it was that every match was put up with Illims too. But you know what? Yeah. Let's talk a little bit more about this match here, because we're going to be breaking down something with Dope Esports and Polar Ace, and they're going to be able to learn a lot. Polar Ace ended up with 2 Illims for their name. This is a team that has actually, this might be one of their best league plays that we have seen them do. And I wonder if these teams are now, especially like Polar Ace, I feel like they're in a position where they are going to be making it to finals. I feel like if they're finally starting to get into that finals form, which that leads me to the Chosen. The Chosen. I'm sorry I keep calling you out so much, but you will see what I mean when we see the overall, okay? I'll just leave it at that. And a player that we were able to see an amazing play out of him a couple days ago, we do have him back here. Sanhok, 763 damage, only 2 Illims. Oh man, that hurts. I'm pretty sure Coops was stealing a bunch of those Illims. And then Peralta, 552. When we talk about Mezexis, Glitter, I feel like we always get a chance to talk about Peralta.
We do. And you know what? Good job on those two, but we get glint up here from Hitless as well. The fact that we're getting a Hitless player up here, we get to talk about Hitless, hype them up a little bit. We've seen them do this before. We've seen them get a random one-off chicken dinner. So that's why it gets frustrating for us, right, Seven? Because we know that they are capable of putting up these performances. You saw in the highlight package, they took out the Knights, okay, in those final moments of that end zone. We know that they are capable of having good engagements, of having good performances, and it's just the consistency that they're lacking. And today, they're really starting to pick that up, and they clearly want to make sure they make it through to the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
Consistency is what they need. And now, Seven, you were talking about it a little bit earlier, right? Dope versus Polar Ace. They had that awesome fight there. The Shack battled it out. I think we need to take a look at it once again, huh? What do you think, Seven? Why don't you give us
Definitely
the 7 worlds breakdown, dude? Let's go.
We definitely will, because it was a little bit sketchy between these two teams, man. And I want you to keep in mind, it was actually Polar Ace that started to kind of take the fight towards them. You see, I want you to keep in mind, look at Binky trying to get that off angle, because that's going to be important. They do have 2 players currently outside of this. Let me fast forward a little bit more. And right here, I want you to keep an eye on Menace. Off angle, the off angler, I think it was what Sute say, and I fell in love with it because he's going to try to do just that. Obviously, the rotation is not going to be that crazy. It's just my arrow was a little bit sketchy there. But he's going to be able to take down Blinky, and I think that's going to be huge for Dope. He's going to give him a little bit more confidence. There you go. You see him get the knock, and now here starts somewhat of a small rotation for Polar Ace. Now they decide, okay, we're going to have to take this fight. We're not going to be able to pick up Binky, so let's move on. Look at what Chronix does here. He does realize that Casper, I really thought Chronix was going to be able to win that fight, but Casper was just way too much. Luckily for him, Trey was right there to stop the Ilum right away. And I want you to keep in mind Menace once again. And I'm going to call you out on this, Menace. I noticed that you were running out with no weapon, and I didn't see you doing the jump and punch thing, okay? If you're going to be running out with no weapon, I want to see you do the jump and punch. If not, put a weapon on, man, because if not, this is exactly what's going to happen to you. By the time you actually try to take out that weapon, it's going to be too late. It's going to be way too late, and it's going to put your team at a huge disadvantage. Now, Casper, keep in mind, doesn't have full heals. Fishy too. And at this point, even the casters were saying, okay, I think this is going to be an easy win for Dope. No, it was not. It was nothing but easy. You're going to see Fishy. He realizes that Trey's there. He's going to actually try to push the action a little bit more. And Fishy gets absolutely knocked. Trey just taking full advantage of that vehicle that he currently has, decides to hide behind it, and Casper decides to just full send it. And ladies and gentlemen, this was closer than it should have been, because if you're going to be able to see the health from Casper, it's pretty much what Trey started at. So congratulations, Dope. Hopefully this breakdown can kind of show you some things here and there. And for Polar Ace, make sure you don't get off angle, all right? By your off angle person. I think that right there was the switching point.
That's off angle squared, right? I mean, that looked like a missed call out to me. I don't think, because you saw Menace took that gun out just to get that extra run speed, but I don't know if he would have done that if he had good intel, because he ran all the way in right into a player. So something had to have happened right there. So a squad though where everything just happened right for was Mezexis, right? Mezexis popped off in that last one, getting even more points than our chicken dinner winner here. So I think that, why don't we take a look at the hit list versus K19 coming up here, right? What do you think so far, Seven?
And with this one, I mean, it's going to be Mezexis. Let's first go with Mezexis. We're going to be comparing what they were able to do yesterday versus what they're currently doing. And you can see the average damage, 809 average damage, Glitter. And then you look at their Illims too.
Yeah.
From them to, I mean, everything, just everything. Average survival time is high. The average Illims is exactly where you need them to be. Keep in mind, some of these teams needed to actually get 5 points per match. This team is being able to put up 5 Illims per match.
You know what else I liked about this too is that they figured out a way to recover, because we watched them start slow in the season. We watched them struggle yesterday, right? Not the best performance. And I feel like they are one of those teams that does a really, really good job at recovering when they aren't doing so well. And for some teams, that's hard to do, because there's the mental side of things, but then there's a lot going on during league play, because you've got the different groups, you're playing against different teams at different times on different maps. So there's a lot to kind of figure out. There's lots of moving parts. And I feel like Mezexis has continuously proved that when they aren't doing well, they are very willing to work on those mistakes, and it ends up paying off for them.
Paid off for them big time right there. Definitely. You know, the hit list, we're able to get it going now. Like I was mentioning earlier, one thing I got to see, right, is the hit list versus K19. Because when you saw them battle it out, those are two squads that need to pass up each other. And look at these numbers that we got here, Seven.
Yeah, right now, the hit list is just fully outperforming K19. And the reason why we also want to compare this too is because these are the two teams out of everybody that's currently in this PMPL North America that hasn't made it to a super weekend. And right now, the hit list is looking mighty fine going into, hopefully, the super weekend, because I'm sure once we're able to see that overall, you're going to see them high ups after that huge win. K19 is more than likely still going to be right there within that meter, that grasp of being able to make it to the super weekend, which is going to be interesting. Imagine if two teams that haven't made it to a super weekend make it there. It's going to be even spicier.
Well, drum roll, please. Let's figure out where all these squads are standing at Glitter. I'm going to start off with you. Look at them go. Boring protocol all the way on top. But look at the changes, Glitter.
You know, I'm okay with a lot of this. Okay, first of all, Boring Protocol, first team to beat, to break the triple digits, right? And they actually have a really, really solid lead over everybody else. So shout out to Boring Protocol, that insane consistency that I was referencing earlier. B-Town and Hitlist still holding on. But what we needed to point out at number 8 there, Seven, number 8 was Dope Esports, which means they went from 17th, they weren't even in a top 16 spot, now into 8th place. And those fall down the overall, like I was talking about. You see Execute now on that second page, and all of these squads are falling farther and farther down. Mezexis has moved up, but HTV has moved down. They are no longer safe, and that is a very dangerous place to be.
It definitely is. And with the Chosen, I'm just picking on you, okay? I'm going to keep on picking on you because 16 plays, you guys don't really have that big of a lead, especially with the way Execute's playing, especially with the way Dope Esports is playing too right now. And look at this points. We said 45 points needed to reach. Right now, all of these teams, I can honestly say, Glitter, all it can take is just one game for Vamp to be able to jump up Lazarus, WallStreetBets, HTV, and possibly the Chosen as well.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also so many ties there. You've got two groups of teams tied at the same point, so it's going to come down to one of those one-point situations like we hate seeing.
K19's got to take a look at HTV as well, because that's the only squad down there that's only played in one super weekend. So guys, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and get the next match started. Appreciate your wonderful breakdown of that. And let's go ahead and bring in our casters here for the next match. Guys, we still got a couple of left to go here. Let's get it going. Zute, Span, take it away.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. Well, Span, welcome back to casting. We're on to game number 4. We only got 2 games left to play, and it's getting closer and closer to determine who will make it into the final Super Weekend.
All I have to say is I'm actually upset. This is like my 4th time with the team that I chose to do well today. Like, I didn't get to cast the game that they won. So like, the hit list, they won the last match, and I was like screaming. Internally, of course, not to hurt anybody's ears, but like, oh man, I wish I got to see it. But of course, they did get a chicken dinner. They are looking good. There are a couple of other teams that aren't looking so good, as of course the analyst dust already went over. So coming into the Sanhok, once again, kind of looking for that explosive gameplay. I feel like Sanhok is the perfect place, I feel like, for potentially one of these other teams that need to get those big point games to go on ahead and do it here.
It's definitely a very volatile map. We've seen some really crazy circles yesterday, all the way ending in the Lakawari region. I still don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but the playing path, though, is very fair to all the teams. We usually don't even talk about the playing path, but sometimes it can cause some issues. This one, however, 0 issues should be caused.
And even our last set, our very first game, very first Sanhok up today, there's actually 2 altercations that happened on this. There's a little bit of a fight up towards Hot 10, right below it. And then, of course, the usual Sambi fight that happened. Of course, and this situation, we have Group B going on ahead and sitting out. So B-Town Execute Knights hit list. We're not going to see any of them inside of it. It does look like because of that, other people are going to go a little bit elsewhere, except of course Sami. Not quite surprised to see that. Except actually, there's yet another team. Two teams kind of dropping up towards each other on that northern side, towards Cow. So K19, HQA, got to worry about them. And the zone decided to go to the quite opposite side of Sanhok compared to our first game. Instead of the east, is going over to the west.
Could be northwest or southwest finish. You see a lot of northwest finish though more often, as K19 Russell getting caught by himself against 3 players. He needs to at least get one, and he managed to land 1 bullet, and that was it. Russell goes down. K19. Super rough. Oh, and yesterday, by the way, I was notified by one of the K19 players that they were playing 3-man all day yesterday because one of the players simply could not be able to make it that day. So it wasn't so much the fact that they've given up or anything, but you see now they're playing with that 4-man roster. Valek's trying to get some shots back, and gets a lot of shots in return. Luckily for him, he does not go down, but HQA, they look like they're running towards Valek, not away. They're ready for a fight.
That's exactly what is happening here. They probably identified like, he's probably alone over here. We already got one of them. They're weak and compared to our numbers. We just got to go ahead and push that, right? The rest of them are in Cow, right? So that person all the way down to the southern side, Valek, perfect opportunity for at least 2 HQA members to go on ahead and go against them. A little bit nervous that there's only 2 of them, because technically Valek could do it, technically with 2 people, but it looks like he's already disengaging, right? He's already running as far up to the northern side as possible, hopefully meeting up with his other teammates on this northern side. And honestly, they got to clean that up quickly, because soon they got to start with that rotation. Nova and 4 Bros, though. Nova won the first match, and it looks like they might be able to do it again. 2 members of 4 Bros currently downed. It is only Lori and Russ left. They're going to have to pull out all of the stops to be able to kind of turn it around in this situation. It's not looking too good, but here we go. The nade coming through from Lori. No, not quite. Decides not to, and Russ unfortunately goes down too. No, just like that, 4 Bros is out.
Oh man, Nova's definitely, you know, tightening things up. I think there was like one time recently, just one time, that 4 Bros took out Nova. And then since then, it was just Nova once again, back to back to back to back, like just constantly winning these fights.
Yeah, it was the day that I chose 4 Bros to go on ahead and win that they ended up winning that fight, and I was like, look at that, opposite of Cast Curse. But yeah, other than that, it definitely seems like Nova has once again kind of regained their traction down there, always winning Sami. And I kind of mentioned it before, but you know, when it comes to league play weeks, they want to go on ahead and keep fighting for it, because it's really the finals where I think it's going to matter, and where people, one of them, more likely 4 Bros, is going to go on ahead and move. Because right now, I feel like it's kind of the opportunity for them to really be kind of trying to showcase their dominance, trying to, you know, like mark their territory down there in Sami, and once finals rolls around, both of them make it. I wouldn't be surprised to see if 4 Bros go somewhere else.
Yeah, 4 Bros should start just doing something else to start prepping for that finals, like you mentioned, because it's pretty obvious that Nova's not going to give it up, especially since they've been winning so often. So they should start practicing like some counter strategy if they want to land around that area still when we head into the finals. TC Opa sneaking up onto the XSET team, being very quiet. XSET has no idea. Kill switch in the car. Just readjusting his parking for now.
Very, very quiet at this point. They don't want to go on ahead and make too much noise in this situation. Killswitch still kind of chilling in his vehicle here. XSET slowly surrounding him. That's going to be a scary situation, but Dope HQA, it was only a matter of time on their rotation that they were going to run into each other, right? Both of them needed to come far from the eastern side, and it looks like Dope so far is doing pretty good. Menace unfortunately did get downed, but they're able to kind of bring it back at that res going. Flash needs to be careful though, because the rest of HQA, Sup Pig, Sunny Pig, slowly pushing into this compound, a little bit more separated than I would have hoped, but so far it looks like Sup Pig doing really well by himself, able to take him down pretty low. go. Unfortunately, no knock comes through, and the rest of Dope is there to protect out their teammates. HQA at this point hopefully will be together, able to get a knock onto at least one of them, and that's when Dope realizes that they are in fact split. Casper is down. Let's see if HQA are going to be able to get any more in this situation. Sunny Pig is now the last one alive. He sees one popping the nade. He knows that he could push off of that, but the entire three of them surrounding doesn't look good. He's able to get another one. The nade popping behind him. He's super low, and he goes down. HQA is eliminated. Dope, though, absolutely destroyed. They lost 2 players from that.
That was a messy fight. It was looking pretty clean when it was a 4v. It was a 4v1 at one point. One player went down really quickly, and then the second got knocked and thirsted. It was looking clean, and then it just got really messy for the team. But at least Dope came out ahead of that one. Looks like XSET managed to find a player, and I think that might have been a TC player. Yeah, TC down to 3. So that player that was hiding behind that tree, well, he got caught out, and trying to lay a trap for XSET did not work out in his favor.
Definitely a scary situation, and we can see other people getting close to each other once again. Polar Ace, XSET, kind of near each other too. Still up to the northern side though. Here we go, is HTV and K19 still trying to make that rotation on this northern side. There's just so many people that ended up landing over here that they need to kind of cross just to get inside circle. HTV will be able to go ahead, take out even more members of K19, and that means there's only one of them left. It's just Sess left. He's even further up to the northeastern side, up in Mang Nai. He is definitely just going to be chilling by himself for quite a long time. Probably going to go loot a couple more buildings over there for some meds before slowly moving into the zone, but definitely going to be staying in the blue for a long time.
Yeah, the first circle hasn't even shifted into the second one yet, and we're already down to just 50 players alive. A lot of scrappy fights happening here and there. 2 teams already taken out, right? K19 somehow just lost 3 of their players without even moving anywhere on the map. I mean, they were just trying to stay on the edge outside of the zone, and they still ended up losing almost the majority of their team. Now things should quiet down a little bit before the teams figure out if the circle is going to go to that northwestern island or the southwestern island. Meanwhile, during this whole entire time, I just want to point out Nova is just looting up a bunch of first aid kits. Like, I guess that's one way to play Sanhok, right? Like, if you're going to sit around and not do anything away for circle shifts, at least you could like shop for first aid kits like the way Nova is.
Ooh, oh my goodness, it looks like we're getting yet another fight up at this compound. This compound usually has a lot of foot traffic, not gonna lie. Being able to make a nice rotation across this bridge, or even a place to stay for quite a while. And it looks like the 2 members of Dope are actually gonna be able to push off WallStreetBets, at least for now. Definitely peeking on over there. They're definitely thinking about it. Look at it, Steve-O inside the vehicle, ready to go. Can only bring one of his teammates for some sort of a crash though, so they're gonna have to choose carefully. And even further behind them is actually HTV, so they're going to be driving past very shortly. So this might be an interesting 3-team fight if things go completely wrong. In the meantime, before they get there, though, the circle is going to pop, and people are going to have a little bit more of an idea of where to go. Hopefully, this kind of gives clarity of where this last gun's going to be, and it definitely looks like it's going to prioritize that really small island up to the north.
I think that team also knows that Dope is a 2-man, and we get that circle shift. It goes further to the west. They're probably aware where those 2 teams fought when they saw it in the kill feed, and yeah, they are indeed pushing up closer onto that team, especially since the circle went further to the west, and they have to make that bridge crossing now. And here it goes, WallStreetBets versus Dope. 2v4 situation, Flash gets 1 at least, does not able to get the second one. Now it's down to a 1v3. And Dope gets cleaned up pretty cleanly. WallStreetBets 2 elimination points and access now to the bridge. Except Lazarus seems like they're still going to be camping that bridge for a little bit before rotating in.
Definitely worth the 2 elimination points, though. HTV, they ended up kind of slowing down, getting out of their vehicles, so if they had just been driving that entire time along the road, they probably would have ran into that fight, but they do not, so WallStreetBets get away with it. And Lazarus, you're right, they still have quite a couple of people spread out along that bridge. Actually, they have a huge split right now. So if they do take a fight on that bridge, the other two that are kind of really far away are going to have to pull back quickly. XSET, they were kind of crouched down inside of a big ravine watching Polar Ace and all of their movements, and it looks like they're finally taking some shots in that direction. And of course, it also looks like QZ from Nova has to get involved, starting to chuck over some utility towards XSET, and JWay's not going to like that whatsoever, trying to take some shots over there, but can't over-peak too much because of the threat of Polar Ace.
I like how QZ just kind of shows up and it's like, hey, I want to join this, and oh, he gets taken out. And oh, ooh, that's a tree. That is not where you want to. Interesting. Interesting plays by Nova. I'll just say they got the first stage strat as their backup, I guess. Like, I think Koi has all the first aids, hopefully. Yeah, I saw QZ had 2 on him, so they didn't, you know, fully pass off everything just yet. Maybe they had, you know, a few players with only 2. But yeah, Nova just kind of blunder their way into XSET, and XSET just pick up free points.
Yeah, gotta grab their vehicles and their loot as well. So free loot drop, it looks like. Oh, and actually on this map, this is exactly what you were talking about, Zute. Looks like WallStreetBets started to cross that bridge. Lazarus starting to kind of pull away. One of them did in fact get knocked, and HTV is going to be coming right behind them. So that is definitely something to watch. That fight is going to be popping off soon. While XSET, after they take out some of those members of Nova, Polar Ace, of course, helping. XSET goes right back to camping Polar Ace. I mean, they know that they have to go ahead and cross that bridge eventually. I have a feeling that they're really watching to make sure that Polar Ace isn't going to be trying to get out of Ruins up on the northern side from the spot, but the probability of them being able to make a rotation to the eastern side, it's there. They could try and go for that.
We'll see how they decide to play this one out. WallStreetBets. Got the cars parked here. Car rotation on Sanhok is actually so strong if used correctly. Look at this. They just drive right by the Lazarus kind of, you know, split camp. 24K might get taken out, though. They're calling out which vehicle to blow up, and he does get knocked. However, Jet has to go for that reload, so he can't get the instant thirst. And the circle, oh my, this is fun. WallStreetBets trying to reset that, though, and I think Lazarus is just going to give this one up because they're like, wow, okay, we are not ready for that circle shift. Or maybe they might stop here and actually take the fight. They indeed are going to stop here and just take the fight.
Yeah, opposite. They're like, oh, wow, we're really not ready for that circle shift. Might as well go for those eliminations. But Drago, he says no. He shut that down immediately. I was actually so worried that Stevo ended up stopping. They could have held them out there, but no. 2 members of Lazarus goes down. Joey will be able to get a couple of these trades, but it looks like WallStreetBets, they're able to really protect their teammates fairly well. All of them, they should be able to get that res, and I bet the rest of Lazarus, they're just going to leave at this point. Both of them, yeah, grabbing their vehicles, trying to make that rotation down to the southern side. Camp Alpha was completely clear, and now it doesn't even matter, right? The zone decided to go as far south as possible, and it's still cutting across 2 pieces of land. These players are really going to have to pick and choose their next positioning carefully because this next zone it's really going to pick the winners.
I'm seeing something really strange here. Yeah, right here. We got TC sandwiching in XSET, and then on the far, there's Vamp as well. It's like a weird color of, like, you can barely see TC because they're gray, but XSET's just in the middle of 2 teams. Very strange.
I wouldn't want to be here at all. How did they get here? They crossed the bridge, they turned left, and ended here. Godfan is actually hiding inside of a little shack here.
Oh, they know, though.
He's so aware. They're so aware. Start picking off one by one. The nade comes through. The push has to happen, otherwise he's going to blow up, and 2 members of XSET are there to take out one. So it looks like that weird triangle, they can definitely get out of it now, especially as they get another one across the way. So I think there might be only one. No, there's still 2 members of TC. Yep, my mistake. One of them just got really hurt, but he will be able to be picked up. And Lazarus is starting to come in this area too.
Lazarus with a fast rotation in. Everybody wants to join in on the party. That's K19 eliminated out with 0 elims, 0 points. Boring Protocol on that northeastern side. TC still here, trying to make use of whatever they can with just 2 players. Boring Protocol with the high ground. This angle's though really hard to actually connect shots and like have clear sight lines. You can see right there as Spec turns back with his TPP view, like just how much foliage, how much cover, how much trees, and just the hill elevation makes this fight a very difficult one to get some clean knocks, let alone a finish. And oh, TC, they spring their second trap onto XSET, and this was one XSET was not worried or prepared for.
Wow, just 2 members of XSET gone just like that. I believe that means that there's only 1 person left for XSET. So we'll see if TC might be able to actually clean them up in this situation, or even Lazarus pushing over. They heard the noise. It looks like they want to make sure that XSET is out of here. And now they're going to go ahead and see if they can take a fight with the Chosen. So it might be 2v2 just violence over here. And the zone shifted on top of them. They're actually in the very center of this next zone, Zute. This zone chose to go up to the northern side. Everybody who decides to stay on the southern side of this next bridge, this again is going to be another kill zone. 11 teams, that's going to go down like drastically, at least by half.
This reminds me of yesterday's Lakawi ending. It's just like some random area of Sanhok on the far eastern side. We also had one that ended like north of here, just right on the coastline ridge too. So
wow.
We've been given a lot of interesting Sanhok zones, to say the least, and this one's definitely one of those. So many teams on the southern side. We have the Panthers, Nova, Polar Ace, and 2 other teams here. Yeah, you see them fighting HTV. Well, HTV gets taken out. So now you got Panthers, Nova, 19 Esports, and Polar Ace. They all need to cross this bridge. And look at the other side. Mezexis just waiting for these points to be fed to them.
I also like that they're kind of poking just a little bit into zone just to make sure that they have a spot to hold. The Panthers, honestly, swimming, best decision. How else are these guys going to go on ahead and make it into this next zone except for swimming? They knew that that bridge was just no way. It looks like 19 Esports might start considering it too. One of them trying to jump out into the water, but Mezexis at this point has spotted them out, doing the damage to them. That's not a good situation. It looks like Alucard has kind of chosen to do damage back to Mezexis, trying to distract him. Hopefully his teammates can go on how to make it, but no, SB actually got knocked on that little island over there. So I think they have to go back to the bridge. Polar Ace, though, doing the same thing. They're gonna end up getting in a fight over here. Oh no.
I like what Panthers are doing though. They're just like, screw that. We're just gonna take a swim before anyone notices. Polar Ace getting, oh, that flick though by Chronix. Almost gets that second player after he tried to trace that buggy, but Polar Ace, Chronix does go down. Now 19 Esports is very well aware that Polar Ace is just trying to camp them out. Meanwhile, Mezexis is on the other side of the bridge, camping both of these teams, camping out 19 Esports. Oh, Mezexis is just having a field day right now. Chasing those shots through the smokes, manages to land 2, but doesn't get the full knock.
Just a little bit of pieces of damage at this point. Mezexis, you know, they're definitely in the better position here. Just be able to wait for all those teams down to the southern side to potentially beat them. Panthers, they're totally going to be fine. 10 teams left at this point. A lot more people than I kind of expected to survive this, but I think that's because a lot of people still able to kind of tank this blue zone down to the southern side. Zone closes once again, pulls away from that water, more on the mainland, and still, though, only 1 team is really inside of this next circle. So everybody else is going to have to slowly fill in those edges as the play zone starts to strike and get a lot of knocks on these players down to the southern side. I still don't think Mezexis is going to be budging anytime soon. So these guys really, hopefully they have a lot of meds. It looks like at least Rad has 13 first aids to stay alive for a while.
Yeah, and Nova's still alive, so they did manage to get some first aids to Koi. He's been in the blue for a while, and Blinky, well, he's got no meds, so he's got to go for this YOLO rotation and the buggy, and if anything, he's going to get taken out right there. Mezexis will clean that one up. Trying to throw down some smokes, get into this next zone. The zone has shifted away from the water at least, and got somewhat of a hill and boring protocol. Ooh, that is not what you want to do. Taking shots at boring protocol and missing too many of those.
No, they were in a really good spot to be shot at, honestly. Like, Mezexis could have done so much damage to boring protocol there, but they protected their backs perfectly. Have to go for that res, but honestly, I don't even know if it's going to be possible at this point. That zone closing in so much. Actually, Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. I don't think so. They are right on the edge, right? But it's still going to continue to push them. Remix can't even find a place to stay alive in that situation, so he goes down. That is it for Mezexis very shortly. I love to see what WallStreetBets is doing. Look at this. They're going for a 2-2 split as of right now. What Steve-O on the other side of the road, up on top of this hill, he's going to be able to take down the last member of Mezexis and keep an eye on boarding protocol.
Wow, Steve-O causing so much trouble, and not just Steve-O, yeah, Nemesis, boring protocol. He managed to stay alive for quite a while. Problem is, they just put themselves in a terrible position here. Would have liked to see them just kind of fight for a better position in possible zones, like 2 zones earlier maybe, and boring protocol, even with so many up, they're just completely decimated from the different angles. WallStreetBets, man, this team just on fire. Like the way they play, look at this split that they have, a 2-1-1, just suffocating the entire map.
Yeah, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. They only have to worry about a couple of people coming on the edges potentially, like Frady for the Panthers all the way on the western side, but otherwise, they have such a strong surrounding that, look, they know where everybody is. Like, they know exactly where some members from the Chosen are. Panthers actually, right as I speak of them, of course, go ahead and get eliminated here, and they definitely know where the last couple of people are inside of this next zone in the very center of this map, but they know where everybody is, right? So now they can go ahead and make that educated rotation further inside zone, make sure that they're not going to get spotted out or hurt by the Chosen right below them, and the Chosen will get knocked by Drago. So, of course, at this point, WallStreetBets, all they have to really worry about is Lazarus Isachat, unfortunately taking a little bit of damage. His teammate is still there to potentially pack him up. The zone shifts, and WallStreetBets, they just have to full on push this. It looks like they're starting to prepare, tossing out those utility, but very shortly, they're going to have to cross this road.
It's a 4v2 situation. If they have any smokes, use them now. Cover those sight lines as you make that cross. I think WallStreetBets realizes this. Drago's on the top of the roof, though, and oh, that nade just... I don't think he meant to... I think he wanted to throw that a little bit further. Joey and Isajat, though, these two players are deadly. There's a chance they could defend this 2v4, because this is not an easy push by any means.
Ooh, nice little damage onto Nemesis there. He's going to go on ahead and try again. Steve-O peeking out just a little bit too much, but unfortunately he did not have his gun out. There you go, doing a little bit more damage. I mean, as long as Lazarus can just keep on tickling the members of WallStreetBets with some damage here, when the push eventually happens, they could have this upper hand. It does look like Isajat, though, is taking down below half HP. That last one coming in from 24K, getting the knock onto him. So Joey, the last one alive to kind of fend off. Unfortunately, just can't do it. WallStreetBets gonna go on ahead and win that, grabbing that first place position. But actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think Vamp might have gone on ahead and grabbed a cheeky second place.
Yeah, I think Vamp finished in second. They went out to the play zone right after Lazarus went out. And WallStreetBets, congratulations to this team. I feel like WallStreetBets, outside of the Panthers, okay, I would say WallStreetBets is one of the most improved teams coming into this PMPL North America, and just how they've done so far. Like, this team is just, they're doing things right. Their setups, their formations, everything is just looking clean. They just gotta make sure they can keep executing everything. But as far as I can tell, they know how to play this game at a high level.
I mean, that split was just absolutely disgusting. And Drago here, I mean, we've seen him just be able to perform insane plays for his team, right? So not surprised to see him with that most eliminations, highest damage, and Steve-O finding himself up there as well with the most nade eliminations. Not surprised to see 3 of them up here. First Frost and Maya have to, of course, point them out for the longest elimination, and Top Traveler as well. But WallStreetBets, I feel like for a while there, I didn't really notice them, but of course, right towards the end, they just...
Yeah.
Entire control. They had controlled the entire situation.
I mean, they rotated all the way in from the northeast too. You remember when they took that fight with Dope? So it wasn't like they just happened to show up on that island and just chilled around and got the zones and stuff. They fought their way in. They made some really smart, clean rotations and prioritized the right areas of the map to lead them to that successful chicken dinner in the late game. Now, we still got one more game span, and we'll get right to it. But before we do, we're going to take it for a quick, short break.
Erangel. The fictional island, brewed around the Cold War era, has become a second home for all the survivors who have stepped on the battlegrounds. Erangel is synonymous to PUBG Mobile, and it's the oldest and most played map of the game. This 8x8 map features a uniquely familiar landscape, including everything from lush rolling hills, rocky mountains, farmlands to urban sprawls and industrial outposts. And it is this variety, in terms of competitiveness, versatility and flexibility, that makes it so much fun to play. From the dense urban areas of Georgopol, Yasnaya Polyana and Pachinki, to the more spread out points of interest, such as Severny, Milta and Ferry Pier. The map loves to throw you off the game with sudden zone shifts and unpredictable circles. This slow yet tense gameplay throughout the match makes it a heaven for the fans of the original Battleground experience.
You see, it is Xenox, one of the best CQC players in the game. Secures the point. He's an MVP. He's going. He's hungry. And he gets the squad wipe. And he gets the squad wipe.
The isolated military base to the south of the map is a challenge in itself, with only 2 bridges to and from the location. While swimming and boats may seem like natural options, they can also be incredibly risky, and teams are likely to be sitting ducks while in the water. Although the central part of the map is a comfortable landing point, areas like Skul, Rozhok and Pachinki can get extremely crowded, offering both positioning and loot. Most locations are connected by a vast road network, and the farmlands and plains are easily traversable if you have the right vehicles. Thus, traveling around the map is a smooth experience, and picking fights becomes much easier. With lots of cover for players to use, mid-range fights and urban warfare is quite common. Slamming into enemy compounds using vehicles is the bread and butter of competitive gameplay. Erangel also supports a diverse set of buildings, and the correct parkour skills can be used to outsmart and outmaneuver the enemies. In simple words, mastering Erangel is mastering PUBG Mobile in itself, because this map offers the best of all worlds.
Another one is in the books. That is how you get it done right there. Of course, we couldn't get it done without our official partners here. Monster Energy, right? Our official energy drink partners. Seven, Glitter, what'd you think about that one? Start with you, Seven.
WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets finally decided to wake up. Thank you, WallStreetBets. I don't know which one out of all of you decided to be like, okay, you know what? Maybe we should actually start doing what we've been doing in the Super Weekends. But I'm glad you guys started doing that. And not just that, once we see that match ranking, we got to give some credit to Vamp, the Chosen to Glitter. These are teams that we were kind of calling now because of the way they were performing, because these are teams that need to make it to that Super Weekend. So WallStreetBets there with 26 points at the top. Lazarus as well. They haven't had one of the best league plays. Guess what? 15 points. It's looking real good. Vamp there with the 14 points. Nova Esports as well with the 12 points. And with all this, I just want y'all to keep in mind, with this team's performing, it's going to make that bubble graphic that we showed you earlier, is going to make tomorrow even crazier, Glitter.
Things are spicing up. I love it. I love it, okay? Listen, we've got the rest of the squads. This is how everything shook out. It's going to be a little bit rough for HTV because I feel like they've been really, really struggling today. K19 is also finding themselves down here on this second page. Less than ideal, but one more match on the day. We'll have to see how everything kind of shakes out. Dope Esports also right there in ninth place with 4 elims. No placement points, but enough points to find themselves yet again above HTV, above K19, and those are the bare minimum for them at this point because they want to stay in that top 16.
They definitely are. And with the Chosen, I have to shout out the way that they were just fully split on that island before all of the circles started closing in. They have players. They were actually having solos, which I don't think I have seen the Chosen do that before. Another team that was actually trying to do that kind of spread, that kind of play, it was Lazarus. And with Lazarus, I do have to tell you, yes, you got third place, but I feel like if Kiseki would have been able to just rotate a little bit faster out of Tahin, I think it would have been a completely different story. Maybe they would have gotten that second place, maybe they would have gotten first place, so hopefully they can go back and watch that tape. And with WallStreetBets, we can see Drago right here being able to get those knocks. Overall, Glitter, I'm just so happy that every single time that we call out some of these teams,
right?
We're finally starting to see action out of them. Usually we call them out and we're like, okay, maybe today's the day. Well, guess what? Today is the day for a lot of these teams.
Maybe they can hear us or something, because very rarely does that happen. But I feel like we issued a challenge, and a lot of teams actually stepped up to the plate. As you can see that full send there from exit off of the cliff into the hands of Chosen. And I mean, you were just talking about them, Seven. We saw much better performance out of them, and they really are kind of that benchmark for points for a lot of the teams that are trying to make it into their second Super Weekend. So if the Chosen somehow don't make it, if something happens, then it could also potentially be dangerous for them. So that uptick in their performance is incredibly important, because they want to keep themselves in the game too.
100%. And going on the opposite of that, I mean, you mentioned it there when we were looking at the match ranking as we're getting here towards the end of the game. K19, like, this is such a up and down from K19. They give us a little bit of hope there, and right now I feel like they're starting to go on that downtrend again. And yes, I'm glad you said something there, Hot Jukes, because I feel your pain too. I wanted to see better out of them, but you know what? We'll save that. We'll save that for some other time. With top damage here, we do have WallStreetBets, 1,700 damage, 11 ilms. If we go down, boring protocol, I see you. 740 damage with only 1 ilm. It's okay. It happens. You know what? Maybe it's spec got eliminated a little bit too early. We'll have to wait and see what happens in regards to that. And the Chosen, I do have to give him even more credit. 935 damage with 5 ilms. That is big for them. Glitter.
Yeah, I was hoping that you'd at least give them a little bit of love. I mean, HQA once again is just like this silent, consistent assassin. They're always up here. They're always getting numbers on the board for themselves. They're just doing overall so well, and I feel like we very rarely get a chance to highlight them, so we're seeing them up here yet again. And I actually, now that I'm looking at this, I think this might have been Dope's last game for the day. So the rest of those teams that they're going up against should have an opportunity to maybe make up some points up against Dope.
It's about time, right? It's about time we saw Dope put up some numbers, though. So I think they can't be too mad at what they did today. But you know what? Like the good old Steve-O said, right? Could always be doing better. Could always be doing better. So why don't we take a look a little bit more at WallStreetBets? Take a look at, how they're doing today versus yesterday. Seven, why don't you break it down for us?
Ooh.
Such a great interview that we're honestly still quoting them. He was saying they were beating themselves. Well, guess what? Yesterday, my boy, you guys were definitely beating yourselves, but today, what a turnaround. 988 damage, 546 heals. I mean, they all have been getting into a lot more action, but the ilms, Glitter. The ilms is what stands out for me, because if you can see the average survival time, it's pretty much identical. It looks like maybe they were just trying different stuff. Maybe they were trying different roles. It does happen usually in situations like they were yesterday, where they have a bit of a gap, and today they were like, okay, maybe we'll turn it up. But those ilms is when it comes in clutch. 6 ilms per match. That's what I want to see out of WallStreetBets, because remember, we heard what Steve-O said. He said that he thinks they can be the champions of NA. I'm a believer. I just need to continue to see that consistency. You showed us consistency with average survival time. Show us that consistency with the ilms too, what you're currently doing today.
That's right. I mean, if you want to be the best in NA, you have to be consistent across the board, because we have some squads that are actually doing that, right? Well, one team that was super consistent one day, and today was pretty quiet here at the start, was Vamp, right? Vamp went nuts. 3 chicken dinners in a day, and then they just went quiet for a while. So Glitter, right? What are you thinking about Vamp?
We were, Seven, this is once again a situation where I feel like we called them out a little bit. You can see that massive dip where they fell off pretty hard, okay? And now we call them out. They're starting to bring it back again. And we talked about it. Vamp and Chosen were one of those teams that were kind of up in those final moments with a solo player trying to get some extra points for themselves. But 12 in comparison to 1, 1, 0, 1. I mean, that is a night and day difference. And you can see here for the total points what was going on with the elims added in. I mean, this is what we wanted out of Vamp, because we saw them get 3 chicken dinners. In case you forgot, they got 3 chicken dinners, guys, and then disappeared. I don't know what happened, but it's looking a little bit brighter for Vamp, at least right now.
There we go. Maybe that's the start, right? Maybe that's the start. Maybe we can start seeing some more of that here. We got one more match left today, so we can definitely see if it happens, right? But you know what? why don't we talk about the best players today? Top 3. The top 3 players for today, 7. Who do you think is number 1?
I think Coops. Yeah, I think Coops, Menace, and Spec. I think those are going to be the top 3 as we do see Coops. And I mean, this is the reason why Knights has been performing completely different, right? We saw what happened with them yesterday. Today, I even mentioned it on the first Sanhok. I thought they were going to get absolutely destroyed by Polar Ace, but Coops was still alive. He has been able to put up 10. And I know I heard you say, woo, Glitter, and I think it's because of Menace, because I think this might be the first time that we see a dope esports player at the top. So Menace, congratulations. And Spec, you already know Spec. You already know.
Oh, he's good. He's good. But Glitter, right? What do you got to say about that? Of course, why don't we take a look at the overall leaderboards before we go into the last match? And Glitter, you broke it down last time, right? What do you think about now?
Listen, we had Menace up there on the top players, and now we're looking back on this first page. Top 6 is where Dope is now sitting. They've actually jumped above Hitlist, okay, which was one of the teams they had their eyes on. Not by much, only 1 point, and you can see that Hitlist does have one more match that they get to play, so they probably will jump back above Dope Esports, but the point being that Dope started the day outside of the top 16, and right now, they're now in a top 6 position that is much more comfortable than where they were, and on the flip side of that, you've got Execute all the way down in...
Yeah, in 12th place. And then with that, guess what? Mezexis right now with 40 points, holding off that 16th place. The Chosen, that last game helped them out big time because they were holding that 16th place. And then with 4 Bros, HTV, you know what? 4 Bros, I'm not even going to mention you. HTV Esports, K19 Esports. What are you guys doing? I mean, it is, you know what? I'll give you a little bit of credit because the gap difference is not insane right now, but I need to see you guys between the top 16. We can't have this. What are we doing?
What are they doing indeed, man? K19, you're breaking my heart. Come on. 1 game left, guys. All right, let's go ahead and get your predictions here. Last game here. Let's go. Glitter, start with you.
Last game, I'm going to give it to Nova.
Oh, okay. All right, 7.
Yo, production, if you can hear me, can we actually pull up the groups that are playing? Because I think it's Group A that is not playing. That's right. And I really want to take a see. I want to get a chance to see because I actually want to pick K19. Okay, this is perfect for me. Yeah, K19 is definitely playing. I just wanted to see out of Group A which one was sitting out. Boring Protocol, okay. You know what? I will go with K19. I think if there's ever a time to show up for K19, now is the time. How about you, Hot Jukes? I'm
gonna go with the same. I'm gonna go with the same because literally tomorrow, right? They have to hunt down the hit list, literally. So they have to get the points. I'm sorry, not the hit list. HTV, right? They're gonna have to hunt down HTV since they're all the way there at the bottom, and HTV is gonna have to do the same thing. Okay, all right, the Chosen. All right, these are the squads. They're desperate. They got to make it on in. So we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to do it, man. And K19, yeah.
You're over here saying they're gonna hunt down people. I think hunting season is gonna be open for them because if they maintain themselves out of that top 16, those teams are gonna be looking at them like, okay, what kind of easy points do we want today? How do we want to address this situation real quick? And the Chosen's going to be looking at them. The Dope Esports right now with the overall that we just saw, they're in a position that they're already more than likely going to qualify, right? So if Dope wants to try out different staff, maybe try out an early fight, which is something that they were actually failing at a couple of weeks back, that might be the time. Study where they're dropping, study where they might be rotating, try to cut them off, and force yourself to have an early fight. Because now, guess what, Dope Esports? Now you're allowed to do this. Now you can afford to do this. Now you get to practice while we actually have the matches and not be like, oh man, are we gonna qualify to the Super Weekend? I don't know. That's the beautiful thing
for tomorrow
about being at the top. Me too. Some Monster Energy too. I'm waiting for that refrigerator, by the way.
Same. I'm looking around right now. I got the space for it and everything, man. Come on, bring it on over. But I'll tell you what, someone that ain't going to get any Monster Energy is the one that doesn't make it in the top 16, right? And these squads have to. They have to do it, especially squads like K19 because they didn't make it even into one of them so far. It's honestly, it's horrible for me to even say that. But these guys, right here, it's do or die. It's do or die time for them. Let's see which one's going to be. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here. We're going to get the last one of the day started. It's Easter Sunday. Get some hype people in the chat. Let's get it going here one more time for our wonderful casters, 2 of the best in the business. Come on in. The water's fine. Let's go, and let's wrap today up. Easter Sunday. That's how we do it. How about this, guys? Quick, before I go, let me get your predictions. I'll start off with you, Zute.
Nova. I'm just gonna throw it out there, Nova.
All right, we'll see Nova go out in last place. What about you, Span?
You know, I feel like I also want to go on ahead and choose the ones that the dust chose, but also the only team like towards the top that doesn't have a chicken dinner yet is the Knights. So maybe
Toxic. Toxic. Right? Span's like, you know what? Crush them. Crush those teams at the bottom. Get out of here.
No. The thing is like that's instantly what I was taking a look at, right? Like instantly I was just like, okay, who's at the bottom? Who's gonna like, who do I feel bad for? And seeing a couple of them down there, it's definitely not a feel good, especially K19. If K19 doesn't make this, I mean, they have 0 super weekends so far. It's just one.
Well, good luck, guys.
You know?
Y'all take it away.
All right, thank you, Hot Juice. We will see you, and we're about to start this very last match of the day span. So you mentioned, wait, which team did you want? You wanted the Knights to win this one, right?
Yeah, they haven't won yet this league play.
Yeah, like the Knights, they take league play super chill, I feel like. I mean, they're like 2nd overall, don't get me wrong, but it's just like, it's just kind of, you can kind of see they're just like chilling almost. They're just like vibing, just on an autopilot. Like if they really wanted to ramp things up, they could, and we've seen them do it super weekend on the backs of super weekend. So the Knights, maybe they do want to get a chicken, so maybe your pick is a good one. I went with Nova just because, you know, like Nova and Glitter mentioned Nova, so
so you're gonna go on ahead and take a little bit of her Glitter Damas magic and guess Nova and watch they're gonna go on ahead and get this chicken or something like that, right?
Yeah, we'll just see what happens. It's like a little game we've been playing pretty much. But finally, okay, we're in to the last and final match of the day. We're on to Erangel. Flight path looks very clean, clear skies, nice routes. Everybody should be able to get to where they want to. No altercations, I believe, should happen in this game. Or early-wise, anyways.
I mean, boring protocol, Lazarus, dope, XSET also sitting out, I think might help with that just a little bit because, especially in this last game, Lazarus was super aggressive and we saw boring protocol and XSET get in a lot of fights as well. Dope, I mean, they're getting up there too, but those other 3, we definitely see them usually get in a lot of early fights. So those 2 sitting out might make this a little bit more toned down, but of course saying that, there still is 4 whole groups inside of this lobby about to duke it out, and Jukes, you know, earlier he said it was like, okay, we're officially past the halfway point for this league play week, right? Well, now this is the last day, the last game of the 2nd day, and it's just really close at this point. Like, you have to finish out on a good note, I feel like, for this last game, because then tomorrow it's the last 5. It's the last 5 games.
Yeah, indeed. We only got 5. Well, we have 5 games, but these teams only have 4 more to play after this one. And well, we saw this exact same circle just yesterday, and I'm pretty sure it was, I don't know if it was the last game of the day, but we definitely saw this circle the other day. This Erangel, this military 50-50. Oh, always love ending the day on a big question mark start.
Well, if that's the case, then Execute went on ahead and grabbed that, so we'll have to keep an eye on them, see if they'll do it again. And the Hitless got 2nd place. That's the team I chose for today, so maybe I want them to continue to do well. And of course, both those teams that I just say are actually in a fight. Very early on, dropping right on top of each other near that ferry pier area. We'll have to wait and see who's going to get that first knock, because that's definitely going to be the opening. At this point, it's definitely Execute's push, while the Hitless, they're just waiting upstairs at this point, so it's up to them whether or not they want to take this fight. And Iconic, no way! Perfectly. No way! Getting 2 knocks right away. What? 3 knocks so far from Iconic. Execute eliminated in a blink of an eye. Shotgun Iconic, OP.
Hold up. I am pulling out my phone right now and DMing one of the players on that execute team. I'll message him, bro, question mark.
That's a little.
I mean,
that was. Oof.
I mean, we'll see that again in Telestration for sure. I'm glad that it happened so early in on the match. So our graphics person and Seven and the desk, the team, they could put on some funny graphics or whatever the case might be. I want to see what they do with it. But holy, what?
And of
That's
course,
the
right
definition
after
of a
I
throw.
said that they got the first place, if you say it's the last game from yesterday. Now they got 16th place. A little bit of a drastic difference, just a tad. And actually, not gonna lie, it doesn't look like the hit list is done yet either. They're deciding to drive over towards the western side, more towards Primorsk, and HTV's over there. So maybe they're just feeling it. They're just gonna go on ahead and just do damage to absolutely everybody around them. Eventually, though, they're gonna have to go ahead and start figuring out how to make a rotation into the zone and decide what 50-50 they want to take. Do they want to stay on the mainland of Erangel, or if they're going to go on ahead and go down to Military Island? Oh,
I just want to watch that fight back again, man. Well, the hit list back again here with another 2v4 maybe. The DBS, oh man, the shotguns are something else, man. They are quite deadly in the right hands, and they are even more deadly when you just run in at them. Can't underestimate that.
Looks like HTV is definitely wary of the situation. Potentially close enough to have seen that fight happening in that kill feed at Ferry Pier, you know, definitely saw the eliminations go through, so they might have an idea of who this is. And if they know it's the hit list, maybe they'll be more inclined to take this fight, maybe less because of that last fight. The thing is that I wonder if they realize that it's only 2 of them. Right? Because if there's only 2 of them, I'm a little bit surprised that HTV hasn't kind of gone on ahead and kind of gathered to try and take that fight. The rest of the hit list, super far away. The other thing, though, is that HTV is usually a little bit more passive.
They're
So
extremely
knowing
passive.
That as well,
Yeah.
knowing that as well, they're probably just waiting for one of the 2 members of the hit list here to just walk right in front of them for them to take those shots.
I feel like HTV is like the most passive team in this lobby, like for sure.
Probably.
They're like passive to the point where it's like that is their mantra. Like, we shall not fight anyone unless if they shoot at us, because that's literally what it feels like every time we see them in a situation. It's like if they're not getting shot at, they will not try to take that fight, it seems. So HTV, extremely passive for a team. And I just want to say, like, off drop, they should be able to tell there's only 2 other players dropping with them, right? Like, as you're landing in, that's what you're looking out for in the sky, in the parachutes, right? They're counting 2. They know they have 4. But even then, it's like, look at how passive they are.
You know, I was wondering if the hit list even realized that HTV was there, and they're just driving up to buildings and looting it. So I would even kind of gamble to say maybe they don't even realize that HTV's there, but it probably knew it just a little bit better. They probably figured that somebody was close. I don't even know. Quan, the closest one, wasn't even trying to get information, stuff like that. But, you know, they didn't take that fight. They didn't lose anybody. Now that they still have 4 up, because of the way that they play that, I will say that they usually are able to stay alive until the late game with all 4 members up. They definitely get a lot more placement points than kill points. So that is just their team's play style, and I mean, it's worked for them, right? I mean, only got into one of the super weekends though, so they really have to be careful and ensure that they get in this one. So far not going too well, so
Here's that replay.
Ooh, replay.
Ooh, sit. Ooh, sit down again. And another sit. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Cyanide that got the other one. So
Yeah.
Iconic got 2 and Cyanide got 2. With shotguns.
I'm gonna just say, if Cyanide didn't get that 3rd one, that pump was gonna knock that player too. So it's like, either way, the pump shotgun was like dominating right there. It's so satisfying hearing that thud and then seeing the player actually get knocked. Because the problem with that shotgun is, so many times you would shoot them close range, you only get that 1 pump, and then it's like they're like 30 HP still, and then you just get knocked, right? But like shooting that one pump and they instantly go down, oh man. They should honestly buff that shotgun. In my opinion, right? If it's a one pump shotgun, they should increase the range and damage on that thing where it's like, it can actually usually knock the player, even with like level 2 armor, right? And let's say you miss a few of the pellets, but most of your crosshairs basically on the body, like that player will get knocked. I think that would actually make that gun fun to use. I'm not even talking about competitive. I'm just like, that'd be fun and satisfying to use, in my opinion.
Well, actually, I was going to argue, but now I'm not going to. I'm just going to kind of expound off of that point. And that, you know, usually shotguns are only early game weapons. So honestly, like the way it is right then, especially in that fight, it was absolutely perfect because so early game that they didn't even have the loot to go on ahead and stay alive against it, right? And they ended up getting those knocks. But if it was to be buffed, then people probably would potentially hold on to it longer, and we might see a shotgun actually be brought into comp or later games, and that in itself would be a little bit interesting with the introduction of potentially another weapon. It's a little bit more meta.
Okay.
Gosh.
Another circle shift. A little bit of a question mark, or actually, I mean, it's definitely more towards Military Island, but after so many years of just watching these circles move around, it's like, even this is just, I'm not too comfortable with thinking it's going to be Military Island, just because the circles always have a way of just doing something crazy. But we'll see how this one plays out. Nova, you can see, taking that boatation right across down the middle. They don't want to take the bridge whatsoever. The Hitless will manage to take that Ferry Pier Bridge, and Vamp all the way in the north, getting into a fight with somebody as TC getting camped out by the B-Town team that has control of the bridge.
B-Town, you know, they went on ahead, dropped around that Milta area, so seeing them kind of be able to grab this spot for themselves, which is arguably pretty good, right on that pivotal bridge, in my opinion, since this is not really a 50-50, more like, you know, 70% maybe Military Island, you know, just a strong position. They were able to kind of head and get that priority of grabbing a spot for themselves. So everybody else probably going to stay completely clear of this bridge, but at this point, these other players just to the north of them, potentially a little bit too close. Like, the Chosen, we'll see if they continue to go for it. Meanwhile, Knight's going to go on ahead and take out Godfan. And Polar Ace is actually kind of rolling in too. So we'll see if they're going to really go for this bridge or if they're going to start trying to go along the outskirts, potentially just start swimming across the water as their last resort.
I think TC is deciding to just do something else completely. Probably try and do the same thing Nova did, but maybe just without a boat. You see the Knights here. Xenox actually gets knocked by Blinky from long range. I think the Knights not entirely aware of the lines of sight, as Xenox is kind of in the open when he took those shots at TC, but TC will take control of this compound now, which gives them that kind of access way to swim across if they need to. But with only 3 players and the Knights right close behind, Knights might actually push this team and want that compound for themselves.
I was even thinking Team Chosen might have actually stopped at this compound because they saw this knock happen onto one of the Knights members. Obviously, they lost their 4th to them, saying no that it's the people right outside of this compound. They might try to go for it. Yeah, I can even see Gaji trying to kind of prep that nade, potentially toss into that smoke a little bit too far away and a little bit too late. Chico got that res onto Xenox, so he's going to be able to kind of disengage back into the safety of this couple compounds that they have. At this point, I feel like these couple of teams have committed to staying to the northern side of the bridge until this next zone pops. Everybody else still kind of trying to make their rotations, but Polar Ace, B-Town, Knights, Chosen, I think they're stuck with where they're at for this next zone shift.
B-Town does have a comfortable position though, and nobody is camping the other side of the bridge. Not yet, anyways. There might be a chance that a team moves over there. Nova and the Four Bros team, once again, getting very close. Maybe they'll continue their little vendetta they have that, you know, they've been doing in Sanhok, and one of them gets knocked, actually. So Four Bros taking that first casualty, and, ooh, okay. That's a fun circle shift. Mezexis, they're in a great spot, that's for sure. Everybody else has got to rotate in. K19, That's a good circle shift for them. They could go right into Novo, uncontested.
Yeah, they're sending their vehicles into the water right now, able to swim across. They're probably going to be fine, but of course, a couple fights happening at the same time. WallStreetBets end up making this rotation on the northern side, running into the Knights. It looks like so far, they're doing pretty well against the Knights. Xenox completely out, getting a knock into Tensa. Chico's really low HP, and of course, WallStreetBets actually only has 2 people still left alive. They're nowhere even close to this compound to be supporting their 2 teammates that got knocked. Of course, the crash does come through now. Stevo is alone, so Drago, he has to try and run up as fast as possible to be able to catch up to his teammates. He's gonna try and go for this res. It looks like the Knights are going for the same thing, so it might just be okay as Drago also makes this push in. Oh, Chico, of course, though, going on ahead, turning it back around. 24K goes down. Chico getting the trade, actually, from the Chosen, actually getting involved. Look at that, first for us, getting a knock and a flash onto Coops goes down. Tenza, here we go, trying to go for this last couple of fights, but no, they do not win. The Chosen participating in that ended up being able to allow WallStreetBets to take that win.
Yeah, the Chosen actually got 2 of the Knights players. Coops was holding a different angle further back in another compound right behind them, and the TC crashed just as WallStreetBets crashed. So the Knights was fighting 2 teams at the exact same time. 19 Esports on that western bridge, covered in the blue, trying to fend off HQA. Suppick trying to get that first aid off, and he's just sitting at 1 HP in the blue, very low. He's gonna do what he can with the UMP, get some good damage in. Goes for that drop shot. Suppick will swing wide and get that trade. And Sunny Pig, does he have meds? Oh, he's got bandages, but this blue zone is really starting to chunk. And 19 Esports, looks like they're gonna just give up on that and just let it go and try and rotate in the zone before the blue does too much damage to them.
Yeah, they said see ya, and they're gonna try and heal up at this point. I don't know, that's all they can do. 3 first aids, we'll see if they'll be able to use it. Looks like the Chosen decide to crash onto the Knights and straight into WallStreetBets as well. Nice nade coming through, getting a huge knock on a Nemesis. That means there's only 1 member of WallStreetBets left up on the northern side of this compound. Gets spotted out though, and the Chosen deciding to take those 2 pretty aggressive fights. A little bit surprised by that. 5 eliminations for themselves so far, getting that res until their 3rd teammate. Still 3 up. That's a pretty strong spot for them, I will say. However, of course, staying alive longer would be beneficial, and B-Town did not budge.
Yeah, B-Town is still just maybe thinking they can farm some free points there, and this is fun. This is nice. This is going to be hectic. King of the Hill, that's the name of the game right now. We saw Mezexis had full control of that top hillside, but it seems like the hit list is somehow right on top of them. You can barely see the color, but they are there indeed. I think Mezexis is taking control of everything. Yeah, the hit list down to just 1 player. Mezexis did lose a player in that exchange, and Polar Ace farming some fishes on the northeastern side onto the Vamp team.
Yeah, Hitless is out of here. B-Town now finally making that rotation across. Right when the circle popped onto the other side, they decided to go on ahead and enter. So that honestly means that the Chosen should be able to make their cross as well. Maybe losing a couple of members. As you can see right here, B-Town does get 1 of them knocked. Let's see if Jas is going to follow in that bucket. It's a little bit of a scary situation, and it looks like he's at like 1 HP right at the last moment. Koi gets that knock as well, instantly going for those flushes. So B-Town, difficult rotation. Looks like they're going to survive with just 2 people left alive. Those buggies just do not provide any cover.
Yeah, if they rotated earlier when I was saying no one was camping the bridge, I would have been much better, right? So they decide to stay a little bit too long, and now they're just forced to meet Nova, and they lose 2 players. That's definitely just a mistake on their end. So many teams still trying to get to this military island. TC is still way deep in the blue. We have all of Polar Ace still swimming in. Vamp just also trying to swim their way in, as one of the HQA players I think went down earlier. K19 still have 4 players up though, so K19 could actually make this game into a good one, but they're coming in at the very edge of that eastern side of the zone.
you have to keep an eye on them. Honestly, there's not that many people on that side of the zone as of right now, so they could continue to make a pretty big rotation into a really good location of this zone. If they did stay behind, though, they would have been able to see that both Vamp and Polar Ace are swimming the same area that they swam in on that northeastern side of the water. So they'll have to definitely keep an eye on their back because there are going to be people coming from that direction. Of course, if they're not taken out by the water or other people kind of holding the spot. Looks like Nova still participating in the bridge camping. The Chosen finally making their way across, getting a knock into one of them and doing a good amount of damage to the other two. Of course, QZ unfortunately just finds himself too much out in the open. Peralta going to be punishing that from that super powerful position up on top of that hill. They have to be careful with where they're standing down there, Nova. They have to be inside of those buildings if they want to be able to take any fights, because otherwise Mezexis could really punish them.
Yeah, Mezexis. Looking at the map right now, I'm just trying to figure out what Polar Ace is going to do once they breach onto the northeastern island. The blue zone's like right on top of them. Polar Ace is a team that's been doing really well in the league week too, so they're definitely a heavy hitter. Zone's about to shift very soon. TC has made it across with just 2 players, Gajia and First Frost. Mezexis sitting comfortable at the top here, taking shots at a lot of players, but it's hard to get those knocks and confirm from this far away, and the zone does once again go right on top of this giant radio tower hill.
I guess at this point, it's definitely a case of shoot people off, make sure that they don't come up on top of our tower. We definitely want to stay alive until the very, very end, get involved in those end fights, try and steal knocks from other fights happening around us. I think that's what Mezexis is kind of going to be focusing on. Looks like Polar Ace, they're slowly going to be taken down from the play zone, while Nova is taking a fight with 19 Esports. I think Alucard at this point might just be the last person left alive, if I'm not mistaken. Nova Esports is really aggressively pushing at this point because they know that they have the advantage, they know that they want the last couple of points, and they don't want anybody else in their territory just on the edge of this zone. So they go out. B-Town goes out right before them, though, and the Panthers now have found themselves in a bad spot, too. K19, a team that we know needs to do well, only has 1 person left holding their team together.
Yeah, K19... they'll get the full reset though potentially after. Oh no, Valak just went out. Vamp is running by, but I don't think they're aware of how her K19 is just to his north. So K19 will be able to get reset up to 3. They'll lose 1 player. That's not too bad as they have 3 points. Make that 4 points. K19, Juancho with 3 of those eliminations, and Juancho's gonna get that revive onto Russell now. Nova with 4 players up, the only team with 4 players alive, and well, I called it, or I don't want to say I called it, I did try to predict that Nova is going to win this. They're in a decent position to potentially take this one home. Mezexis, though, they got the angles, they got the high ground. They're raining down hellfire on everybody.
I really feel like it's going to be either Mezexis or Nova, exactly as you said. They're just bullying K19, making sure that they didn't get that res, bullying Polar Ace now at this point. Nova's going to have to deal with a couple more people up to the northern side. You can see them actually taking them out. Just as I say that, the Chosen now eliminated. 5 teams are now left alive, and Mezexis, they're going to be taking the fight with K19. The other 2 teams that we haven't quite spotted out here is HTV and that last member of Polar Ace. It's going to come down to that 4v3. Nova, Mezexis. They just have to be careful and honestly try and spot out every other person inside the zone to make sure that a solo isn't going to go on ahead and mess this up.
Kai actually from Nova actually got that elimination onto the Polar Ace player. So even though Mezexis has all the angles and can take all the shots, you still got to hit the shots or else you're going to get your points yanked away. Nova Esports up to 12 elimination now. Zone does favor once again the high ground of Mezexis, except for Nova can already edge into the circle just on the very low ground, but I think it is such a difference in elevation and height that they'll be safe and undercover from the Mezexis team still.
Honestly, they can Mezexis can go on ahead and play this road as well if they take that eastern side, just drop down a tiny bit, grab the road. We're exactly where Peralta is, just needs to jump down one little elevation down there. And it looks like, though, he's going to stay up there for just a little bit longer. He's able to at least take down one member of Nova here. Kindness is out, so that means only 3 of them are left. It's a little bit more equal. It's a 3v3 situation. However, I really want to see how HTV right beside them, Angry Q, is going to get involved with this. And same with the last member of K19. Both of them coming from the west and the eastern side. They could completely mess this up for one of these teams. We just don't know who yet.
Yeah, potentially. Nova's got the gun skill. You saw them get that knock on the Mezexis player. Problem is, you're just constantly going to be able to get revived. Nobody can really push this Mezexis team, so as long as they don't have 3 players peeking out and all of them get knocked at the same time, they could continuously take these shots for free pretty much. Nova, on the other hand, if they get knocked down here, might be really tricky to go from one side to the other to get that revive.
I will say I'm a little bit surprised to see that Mezexis isn't trying to kind of drop down at least one more level of elevation onto that little road here, because wherever this next zone's going to go on ahead and go, they're going to have a hard time getting down. They're going to have to kind of like fall scale down the top part here to get anywhere else. And if they were on that road, they would have taken out that K19 member, probably held out Nova a little bit better, at least send one person potentially. I think they're starting to send one now, actually, as I say that. Peralta kind of running down there. But I don't know. It's kind of a hard call at this point. Maybe they should leave one person up, send 2 down. But, you know, it all just comes down to how the team wants to go on ahead and play this in the end. The blue zone being super slow right now as well. Maybe it's not time just yet. Maybe they're waiting for this next blue zone to close just a little bit more before they do anything drastic. As Rin actually finds himself out there knocked. It's not looking good for Nova at this point. Kind of picked down to 2 people left.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Rin took his buggy and went to that side of the zone. I understand Nova like to play a little bit separated, just simply just, you know, to have more sight lines, more angles. They don't want to be grouped. That is completely valid. But in some situations, you just simply cannot afford to do that. And you just got to clump up. And, well, the zone once again goes on top of Mezexis. So
Wow.
I don't think Nova can make this last rotation into this circle, and even if they do, they have to contest HTV, Mezexis over the top of their heads, and then also K19. So it's not looking like Nova will get the chicken, but they did manage to rack up a lot of elimination points already, so that's good for them. Cess, last one up for K19. 4 total eliminations so far for K19.
And HTV, of course, 0 eliminations for right now, but they are definitely in the top 4. So this is exactly what we were talking about. Super passive, don't necessarily get too many eliminations, but definitely get those placement points right. So them being on that side road as well, honestly, could be absolutely amazing for them. And Koi, every single time that they peak, Nova Esports just gets absolutely domed by the Mezexis Esports. So even whenever they just peak a tiny bit, it just doesn't happen. If they just get on that road, they could potentially be fine. But Mezexis is watching them like hawks. They just don't have the opportunity to do so. Like seriously, every time that they peak, I swear that they've been taken down to like 1 HP and they have to go on ahead and heal up. Those nades now starting to be thrown though. A little bit of a scary situation, blowing up near the vehicle that QZ has. The vehicle might be their only ticket to getting right underneath them, but I don't even think it's usable right now. QZ actually goes for it and makes it.
You know what's funny? HTV with 0 eliminations this late into the game. In a way, they could have got here without picking up a single weapon. And oh, okay, QZ, that would have been very embarrassing, and he will get taken down for that. Nova, only 1 left alive, and QZ almost just naded himself. Oh, this one has got to hit. This trajectory looks like it's going to bounce a little bit too much. Does a little bit of damage. That's about it. One way you could kind of toss a grenade straight down is you just low toss, but you aim it up into the sky, like right in front of you, and just use that little angle to lob it up and just straight down. I've yet to see a lot of competitive players still try to do that.
Yeah.
Every time I see it, I always point it out, like, why don't they just try and do this? I mean, I personally haven't played comp in a while or played in general, so maybe it's not doable, but in my head, it should be something that works. HTV trying to make their way in. Blue zone slowly closing. They're going to run into the sightlines very soon of the Mezexis team.
Yeah, now they're totally aware of where HTV is as well. I think that now, no way, K19 also still alive as well. I just can't believe how many like nooks and crannies that this road really has down there. That's why I was all like, Nova just needs to get there and then they'll be fine for a long time. Trying to nade K19 as well. They can just see him, but they can't hit him with the nades, can't hit him with the bullets. It's like at that perfect angle.
That's so funny. Oh no, there we go.
Oh no.
Okay.
Just a little bit too far out.
Yeah, that was. He scoped in a second earlier and it's like, I see you, but I can't hit you. And now HTV, they're definitely gonna get hit at right now.
Ooh.
You're here taking some shots right there, and Nova.
Wow.
Nova will confirm those. However, Nova now up to 14 eliminations. Of course, QZZ is padding his stats even more right now, and I don't think there's anything he could do in this situation. It's just Mezexis will just stay at the top, and he literally can't get up there.
You know, he kept looking in the direction of HTV as well. I wonder if he was purposely waiting just a little bit longer for them to potentially group up just a tiny bit more with that last nade. And of course, the blue zone is here now.
Oh, there we go.
Takes a lot of damage, goes down by play zone. And Mezexis, that was just total domination in terms of the position that they were able to play out of. So they get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, Mezexis, they made that rotation extremely early too. So early rotation, it paid out for them. They did get zone blessed, but they prioritized that spot and they were rewarded for it. So good job to them. I would say Nova did a spectacular. They did a spectacular job fighting their way into zone and controlling their sides of the zone and picking up a lot of elimination points as well.
Yeah, I think that was kind of like the textbook way to play in that position that Mezexis played out of. So that, it was just amazing the way that they were able to kind of control the people around them, make sure nobody got close, and then they continued to be confident in their position to the very end. I was kind of questioning. I was like, maybe they should send somebody down that road. It would be terrible if it shifted off of them, but that didn't happen. The zone decided to go towards them. Peralta, he's going to go ahead, grab that most eliminations, highest damage for his team. Mezexis, not quite surprised to see that, and actually he has top traveler as well, and I could have sworn they were in the same position for like the entire time.
Top traveler, I'm just trying to run it back in my head where they rotated in from. They definitely rotated in from like ways way away, because like I said, they prioritized that rotation. They went there early, but that one trip rotation that really got him top traveler. Oh, I mean,
he was just running around the mountain.
Oh yeah, that still counts. Maybe he was just doing jogs up there the whole time because like nobody could touch him. But we'll see what the analyst desk have to say, and we will see for sure that 2v4 shotgun one more time because I want to see that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the analyst desk to break that one down.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
That's right. Mezexis ended up getting that win with the close-up. But Glitter, I mean, we have to talk about QC. He was able to come in clutch there at the end, being able to get those 2 nades. And once we see that match ranking, we're also going to be seeing some surprises, because if I remember right, Glitter, K19 coming out decided to actually show up here on the final match and making it even more interesting for tomorrow. I'm telling you, you said tomorrow you're going to be getting popcorn. I'm going to be getting Monster Energy. Who knows what my boy Hot Jukes is going to be getting, but he's going to be absolutely lit.
Oh, you know, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it, dude. That's how you get it done right there. Of course, that is how you do it. Look at Mezexis up on top, winning the final match of the day, Glitter.
Listen, these are, okay. I had said it. I had said Nova might win this last match, and then I switched to the Chosen. To be fair, we got both of them up here on the first page. I'm happy with that, okay? We also, like you said, got to give that love to K19. This is a huge way to close out the day, because if you look at the second page, Execute dead last with 0 points, okay?
Wow.
B-Town even pretty low, and that might not seem like a lot, but now we're going into the third and final day, and it is a big deal, okay? It's going to impact that overall, and I think some of these teams are going to be a little bit stressed on the last day of league play.
They definitely are going to be stressed. I mean, Execute is going to be one of those teams that is stressed. You know what? Let's get to the daily winners for today. With this, start off the day with Nova winning in Sanhok. That's what happens, you know, when Nova, when you just smash 4 bros. That's definitely what can happen. Right. And then we have HQA. They're being able to get 9 elims. The hit list too. I feel like out of all these wins, for me, the biggest surprise was definitely the hit list. And it was good to see WallStreetBets come back as well and being able to get that chicken dinner, Glitter.
I actually was very happy with all of the chicken dinner winners that we had today, because it was some teams that deserved it that were at the top, some that were at the bottom, and some with a little bit of a comeback story. I mean, today was yet another good day, Jukes.
Well, let's see where everyone ended up at. That's what everybody's been waiting for. Let's not wait any longer. Let's get straight into it. Let's pull up the overall graphics. This first page is important, but it's going to be that second page where we're just going to be like, oh, really looking at it. But B-Town making it up here in the first page at the end of it. HQA moving up. That's how you get it done, Glitter.
Listen, Nova, now the next squad to break that triple-digit mark. Knights is in third place with literally 0 chicken dinners. So they're just being consistent and better than a lot of those teams below them, which we're not surprised by. But like you said, we've got Hitlist up here in 6th place. That is a comfy place to be going into the third and final day of league play. B-Town in 8th. Technically tied with HQA, who has been having a really solid performance. So that's another great spot for B-Town. Dope right after that in 9th, but I'm just going to jump straight down to the bottom 7 because we have Execute and K19 tied at 44 points in 15th and 16th.
Tied, and they're followed closely behind by Lazarus. HTV Esports too. Like, anything can happen within that first match yesterday. We're gonna have to pay close attention to this overall. But K19, I mean, that was actually a huge game for K19. If they would have done that, they would have been even lower on that leaderboard. And remember what we were saying at the beginning of that match? If K19 ever wanted to show up, it was this last game. So it's good that they at least were able to show up in regards to the placement too. Overall though, I am starting to see some potential hitman lists over here, okay? XSET, I'm gonna be looking at you. The Panthers, I'm gonna be looking at you, because if I am the hit list, if I am B-Town Esports, you best believe I'm gonna try to make it so those teams aren't in the super weekend, especially because we know those teams can pop off. We know what they're able to do. And if that's one less team, one of the major great teams from NA, not being in the super weekend, yeah, I'm gonna try to make that happen.
Oh, dude, tomorrow's gonna be toxic coming up here, guys. Oh, that is how you do it. So let's go ahead and, of course, let's get into the MVP, right? So the MVP that we're going to be having here for today. We gotta talk about today, right? Who do you think it's gonna be? Let's get the drum roll. Let's get the predictions. Glitter?
I don't even know. Today was all over the place.
Inactive? Maybe? Could be anybody at this point.
I kind of want to
Yeah, I
see
mean,
somebody from Mezexis. I'll be down.
Let's see. Who's it gonna be? Oh, it's Peralta. Got him.
Good job, 7.
Got him.
Get it.
Different Mezexis member. That's right.
Yes, sir. There you go. Oh, you'll show my dance? There you go. There, I give you a dance. I give you a dance, baby. Yo, that's it. We saw this player twice in the MVP for the matches, or the top players for the matches. And Mezexis, I'm telling you, when Mezexis starts turning up, Peralta becomes a different animal. So great job there by Mezexis, and even greater job by Peralta. Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that we've got Mezexis returning to form, because we were hyping them up so much throughout the season so far. And when they fell off, I think we got a little bit sad. So now, not only are they back in a solid position, they're playing well, but now we've got Peralta up here, and we're able to talk about him a little bit, because I think previously we've spoken about Inactive a lot. Obviously, Jukes, you got to talk to him as well. And now we get to highlight some of these other players too.
That's right. You know, it's so good to see the fact that he told me, right, this is his first time playing in the PMPL. So to see him and his squad have success here is amazing. And that's where everybody wants to be, right? I mean, a lot of people work to be here, and they got it done. But you know what? Next gameplay day, if they don't get it done, it's all over. You know, this dream is going to be done. So I may have said tomorrow earlier, right? That's because I wish it was. But it's going to be Friday, guys. So make sure you have your calendars marked. Friday, the 22nd. That will be the last day here of this league play. And, of course, you got to make sure that you're following all the socials, right? So you can keep up to date. You know what's going on, what's going to happen. And you're not going to want to miss this last day coming up here, because it's going to be serious. Of course, we got to give one huge thank you, one final big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Guys, you have anything, last words here for today?
Be here on Friday.
Yes.
You are not gonna want to miss it, all right? Sometimes we end up downplaying a little bit league play, but this might be the day that you don't want to miss, because after that is gonna set it up for the final Super Weekend, and after that, it's gonna be finals, baby. So mark it on your calendar. April 22nd, this coming Friday. If you got a date going on, tell them, hey, you know what? Let me show you PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yes, that's how you do it. Hey, that's how you get it done. Again, I'm your host, Hot Jukes. And remember, once again, Friday the 22nd. It's also the same day as the Poteet Strawberry Festival. So I'm going to be there. You better be there too. We'll see you guys then. Happy Easter, everybody.